What is going on, everybody? My name is Brandon Pettis, aka Louis V. Titan, and today you are watching Calgary Halos Wild West Wednesday. I'm joined with my man Grayson. Most of you guys know him as Dragonite. Dragonite, how you doing, man?
Dude, I am great. Calgary Halo's great. It's a pleasure to be joining you. I'm excited for some of the matches we've got today.
Absolutely. Speaking of these matches, what we're here to watch today is a 16-team bracket. This is a 2v2 tournament, and these are going to be single elimination matches, best of fives. Whew, this is exciting, right? 25 kills to win. We're gonna be here. Yeah, the prize pool that we're playing for today, 200 Canadian, 2 3-month Xbox Game Pass Ultimate passes, 2 4 packs of Red Bull, and 2 acquired Calgary Halo T-shirts. And it looks like we're getting right into our first match. We got Sabinati versus Camp and Repub. Grayson, go ahead and start this one out for us.
This is going to be such a good match for those of you that have been watching Repub on Twitter, right? Of course, everybody knows Sabinator, everybody knows Audi Sabinator previously, and I think still, if I'm not mistaken, on the G2 roster. And Miss Audi pretty much operating at a threshold of a pro tier. I mean, you can talk about one of the grindiest players in the sauna, and you've got Audi here, and she's just absolutely a monster. But Repub has been making big waves for Mags Up on Twitter. He's been getting some brand deals, been talking about some different clothing options and stuff. They're really making their waves in the AM scene as well. So I think this is going to be a great matchup. But Sabinator with the Rockets' deadly combo. I mean, he's already a skilled player. He's going to take out Camp on the bottom of the jump up here, and he's going to opt to do exactly what you'd want to do in a 2v2 situation. You want to keep that height advantage.
Absolutely, and it looks like he's looking to put some pressure on. Looks like Miss Audie's going to fall, so he's going to back down. She comes up on respawn really close to him, actually, right? So this is a great position for them to actually collapse on somebody that the enemy team thinks that he is weak and in the corner and probably alone. But unfortunately for them, right, Miss Audie's right there to lay down some good shots, but still, nevertheless, Camp able to go ahead and take out Sabinator.
We're going to swap POVs to Camp himself. He's going to be putting shots on that player down towards the bottom of the market. We see them down at the Palpatine grenades, and that I believe is going to be Miss Audi, who is going to fall at the red big door right there. We've got shots on the opposing palm as well into red. The Needler in hand, a little bit cheeky. We think that Overshield might come into play, and just in case we're not going to be able to get hands on that, we're going to keep the Needler in that back pocket. It never hurts to stay strapped.
Absolutely. Tucked away in lockers is Camp. Camping, living up to his name, man. We got Repub over there in bar. Looks like they're waiting for some information. Repub, probably the man that's going to be spotting out and calling out anything that he sees. We see the dots, right? Sabinati, looks like they're over near the Rockets and also near Market on the opposite side of the map. Looks like Overshield is popping up. Somebody is making a play on that, and it looks like Sabinati are about to walk away with that.
Yeah, you see Camp fall in the side view right there. We see the opposing shots as well. I believe that's going to be Repub in our first-person view here. We have some shots across, but I believe that was going to be Miss Audi that was awarded with that kill. If I'm not mistaken here, we've actually got Audi's POV. We hear the shields recharging, so we can confirm that is correct. She's got the Commando in hand, and the Commando's a really interesting one. So, Brandon, I kind of am interested in your input on this one, but people use the Commando like a low-budget assault rifle. It's a long-distance DMR that has auto-fire, and I feel like we don't really get players using that to the peak of its ability yet in the meta.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I couldn't agree more. Low budget, probably not the way to talk about the Commando, because in my opinion, that thing is overpowered, and if you use it correctly, it's going to give you some huge plays. But speaking of big plays, we got Sab getting the double kill, getting the team wipe, and now they're up by 3 points in this game. This is round 1 in the tournament. This is a best of 5, and it looks like Sabinati have already claimed game 1, so we're in game 2. Rockets on respawn. Looks like Sabinator looks to make a play for it, right? He's going to grapple it to him.
Wow.
Great use of the utility. Now he's over near Market, looking to make some damage.
And for those of you joining us, of course, one of my favorite things that I love to talk about is power weapon economy, utility economy, things like that. I harped on it in Halo 5. I talked about it even in MCC with some skill jumps and things like that. And I talk about it a ton in Infinite when you've got the grapple hook, you've got the thruster pack, you've got 2 assault rifles, 2 manglers, you got rockets, bulldog. I mean, you got everything. This is literally the shopping mall of power tools in this game specifically. And I love to see Sabinator using the grapple right there. He didn't really need to, considering he was only like 8 feet away from those rockets. But when you're potentially turning over a power weapon, it makes sense to use everything your resource to guarantee that you get that. So I love that that was a micro play, but it's one of the things that is setting this team apart from the other.
Yeah, you call this map the home of the tools. I'm going to start calling Sab Tim the Tool Man Sailor here. Sab using the spike grenade to get the kill and then gets the double. I believe this is his 3rd double already in this game. It's 12-6. I guess not really surprised, right? Sabinator is a pro on a pro roster here, and obviously one of the best in the game. Seeing him in 2s with Audi. like you said earlier, very, very good competitor, and honestly, probably not far off from pro. I love to see her get on a on a solid team and see how she can fend in a land setting. Right, 12-7 right now, 7 minutes on the clock. Grayson, if you're Camp and Repub, what needs to happen for you guys to turn this around?
I really liked it when we saw Camp, and we got to make the joke about Camp hiding in those lockers right there, because there's a certain point when you do need to play pretty slow, and twos is a really different environment. You're not going to get assists from your teammates. Talk about using utilities, though. Sabinator using the grapple shot to take himself out of the trajectory of that grenade. Again, talk about a microplay. It wasn't that big of a deal, but it potentially can further his life here. He's going to let Adi go. We see her die in the kill feed right there. Unfortunately, she's going to fall to Repub, probably a 2v1 as we see those two blue dots, but she was able to give information, damage a player, and Sabinator not only gets a killing frenzy, not only a hold this, but takes a kill in a 2v1 situation based on feedback from Adi. That's about the best you can do in that situation. That's phenomenal.
Yeah, and honestly, shout out to Miss Adi. He did leave her in the dark there. She fell, right, but she was able to give him the information he needed to turn around and make that play. Now, back on board with Miss Adi. She's hanging out near Rockets. We got Sab near the Palpatine, as Dragonite would say. It looks like he's able to maybe land some hit markers. He looks like he's starting to get aggressive here in lockers, and I believe that he's going to walk away with that kill. He does have the Mangler. Another potential for a double kill here. Saudi. Oh, I said Saudi. Sab, unable to do so, but of course, Miss Adi closing in, getting the kill with the Bulldog. Bulldog, Dragonite, one of my favorite weapons on this map.
Me too. Again, I mean, there's a lot of the older Halo players that don't like the Bulldog. I think it is equal to, and in some cases better, than the classic shotguns you used to see. Look at the fire rate on this gun. The overshield does not turn over. It actually looks like that player who was opting to pick that up may have had the thrust. We saw him move laterally right there, and unfortunately, that's one of the newbie mistakes in a tournament you cannot afford to make, especially when you get cursed with the Sabinator and Adi matchup in your round number 1. You gotta be as buckled down as humanly possible. But Camp's POV, fire the rocket out, at least making sure the opposing team's not going to get it. But 2, we got some pucket rockets, or a budget pucket, and the overshield is gone with the green gun. Adi is now turning into a little Sabinator right here.
Yeah, I was about to give props to Mags up here, but unfortunately, they had a squad wipe. It's okay, right? We're back on board with Miss Adi. She's got the plasma pistol in hand. She's got it charged, so everybody can hear her on the map. She's playing aggressive. She's feeling confident. I love this by her. She's making her way into bar. It looks like she's still maybe listening to the comms from Sab. I think she's coming up on an enemy player right here. Can she get the sneaky play? Does she know that he's... yep, there's the... Yep.
Oh.
Nice little beat down combo right there. Good kill from Miss Adi.
That's gotta hurt. Repub was trying to set up right there. The Mangler in hand as well on Camp, and unfortunately, I don't believe it was gonna do anything. Adi says, I'm gonna take that myself. She's got the grapple shot again. We keep talking about teams and managing these power weapon economies or these on-map utilities. Look at this. We've got the dynamo grenades. We've got the grapple shot. We've got the Mangler. Unfortunately, in this game, there are a lot of things that are exploitable at a high tier, and you've got to do it. It's a put up or shut up, unfortunately. 2 shots from the Mangler come in, though. Beautiful long-distance shots. Adi able to pick up that kill. Repub surviving, Camp falling in the foreground.
Absolutely. One more kill needed from Sab and Adi to take game 2. This is best of 5, so there will be at least one more map. It looks like the last kill not going to happen right there. Repub with the Bulldog. Nice one-shot beatdown right there. Looks like he's going to slow play this a little bit. Jumping on board with Sab. He grabs the plasma pistol, misses the shot, but gets the double beatdown. That's going to do it. Game 2 going in favor of Sab and Adi. Sab going 13-6. Miss Adi 12-10. Not bad at all. But this is indeed a best of 5, so there will be one more match.
What an interesting victory there with the green gun right there. I actually thought that was going to go in the favor of Mags up there, but I think that player was not expecting such a bold challenge from Sabinator with the green gun. But when you're like 8 kills up in the game, you kind of can afford to be a little out of pocket.
Yeah.
And I think that unpredictability got them quite a few kills in that match.
Yeah, absolutely. Sabinator definitely feeling himself at the end right there. Misses the green gun, right? But he's able to get that double beat down. That's okay, right? If I'm a competitor, you're up by that much, a trade is worth it, at all, especially if it's the last kill, right? That seals the game for you guys. It is now a 2-0 victory, 2-0 lead for Sabinati in this series. And Grayson, we're going to live fire, and this is going to be Slayer. What are you looking for on live fire?
Live fire is such a great one. I mean, of course, we'll have that sniper rifle top mid, right? And then we're going to have a power up, of course, on the power-up spawn. I'd really like to see the teams push the sniper rifle pretty aggressively off the rip. I mean, when you've got teams that are at a pro tier and then arguably a high tier AM, you've got to be using that point and click instant kill weapon to your advantage. You can get some nasty spawn traps on this map, and if you can steamroll for the first 30 seconds, that overshield's yours.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you. Sniper is the weapon to play for, but let's not forget right around the corner from the sniper, the Mangler.
The
And the
Mangler.
Mangler, probably the hottest topic in Halo Infinite right now. A lot of people want to see this thing out of the game or out of ranked at the very least.
Absolutely. And Louis and I were talking prior to the match here on what we thought the Mangler could be turned into, but we wanted to give a little nod to our head admin, of course, Fragout, who's responsible for organizing a large majority of this tournament and is Mr. Calgary Halo. The Mangler was actually put up for debate. Do we want to see the Mangler stay in this game? Do we want it to go? The Mangler was actually voted to stay. So for those of you that are a little anti-Mangler, like myself, it's pretty interesting to see players opt to keep that in the game. So I think that that argument can go pretty quick.
Yes, sir. You see it here, live fire. One of my favorite maps in Halo Infinite. It's the first one that we got to experience if you were in that technical preview for Halo Infinite. And so it does hold a special place in my heart. But most importantly on this map, look at that beautiful yellow, gold, glowing item right there. That is the overshield. And in my opinion, another thing that you really have to keep track of and watch. We're in game 3. Sabinati are up 2-0 right now in this series. It's Sabinati versus Mags Up.
Okay, I'm already really pleased with what I'm seeing from Team Mags Up right here. I think we need to be winning some 1v1s, and unfortunately that grenade did not go in this player's favor. This is going to be Camp's POV, but I liked that start right there. Instead of rushing C-plat and on the C-boxes towards shortcut, we opted to try to get height advantage to do some damage to those players that were going to be at sandbags right there. So I definitely really like that. We've got Mangler in hand, though. That's Sabinator. He's got big damage on that player, enough to get the piercing shot to take out that player on overshields. We have it in hand, and I can already see something. Now, Brandon, give me your opinion on this, but I love it when players do not use the power up right off the rip.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely using it to the best of your ability, right? The game has given you something new in Halo, right? And that's the ability to pop it whenever you decide. And Sabinator just put on a clinic of how to do that. This man walked up the sneak, able to pop the thing in his chest. Now he's able to take on 2 people and get the double kill. It's a 5-0 lead right now for Sabinati. Not really surprised, but as I say that, Sab goes down.
You know, that was great. I think this is a pretty demoralizing lead right off the rip, 5-1, but it looks like Adi's going to try to hit a couple no-scopes with the sniper rifle. Unfortunately, it's not going to line up. POV with Camp, he's going to be doing damage onto the player at the bottom of the nest box towards bottom green right there. But a beautiful Hail Mary comes in. I don't know where that grenade came from, but Steinseal delivered. That little explosive hit that man in the feet.
Absolutely. We see Sab dropping the heat wave for the sniper rifle. He's got 2 bullets to work with. Actually, no, he didn't drop the heat wave. He's rolling shoddy snipes. My man's got the T2 basically for this
T2.
map. Yes. Man, the heat wave, honestly, it's a weapon that I love. I'm not going to lie. Me and Grayson were talking about this earlier. I know there's a lot of gripe about Halo Infinite right now, but I love everything that they've done so far. Heatwave definitely showing, flexing the muscles right there. He's going to go down to a nade, and Miss Adi here going to contest for overshield. Looks like she's able to sneak away with it. And is she going to be able to pop it? She does. Huge kill right there for Miss Adi as she contested for the overshield and able to get away with the kill. And now she's got somebody in her sights is also weak.
And for those of you that were joining us, of course, in Halo Infinite, your power-ups do take a small amount of time to trigger, a little bit closer to what they did in Halo 5 as opposed to like Halo 3, for instance, where the power-up would trigger almost instantly. So the little bit of melee distance and the ability for her to survive right there and tank that to use that power-up was a very big play right there. I did like the Camp was able to get a kill with the grenade in the meantime there, but Sabinator was able to respawn and push through and be an assist right there. And then Adi winning an individual fight with Repub from sandbags right there. And we see another player fall at the bottom of nest near mud. Sabinator pretty heavy, 10 kills, 3 deaths. Adi though with 3 assists, so just right under positive. And when Sabinator's doing all the heavy lifting, it's pretty hard to even catch up in terms of stats when your one teammate is leading the show.
Yeah, and I want to take a moment to shout out Miss Adi because she may not be looking the greatest in the kill feed right now, but she is taking the sniper rifle. She's wasting those bullets, keeping it out of the enemy hand, and that's something that you have to account for, right? Given the enemy team opportunities, that's something that you can't do in 2v2 because the best of teams will take an inch and they'll run a mile. You know what I'm saying? We're on board here with Sab. He's got the sniper rifle. I like the skin that he's got on this thing. And he looks like he knows that somebody's across from him at B. Unable to hit that little flick shot. That's okay because he's still got basically full shields. And he's just slow playing this, right? He knows that they have to challenge. He finally lands the no-scope. Unable to get the kill right, but he's going to live. He's going to try to value his life. Unfortunately, not able to get away right there. But Miss Adi looks like she has a chance to maybe clean some of this up.
Your review on Adi is exactly right. One of your resident LVT folks here, one of my casting and esports mentors, Mr. Nighty Night, said one of my favorite things one time, talking about 2 players in duos. He said, every Jordan needs a Pippin, and that's exactly right. And you always need You always need a partner in crime. That overshield's though going to come up. We have our POV of Repub. He's looking towards that overshield, wisely trying to keep eyes on it, but unfortunately I believe that's going to be Miss Audie who's doing damage from the side, and it is. That's going to be the player up at the top of the Mangler that's going to fall in the hands of Sab. It looks like we have gotten both the sniper rifle and the overshields, and once again, Brandon, exactly what we like. Sabinator has not hit the Iron Man core into his chest. As soon as I say it, have it.
That's right. Miss Audie here with sniper and overshield. I like this. Sab's going to let her try to make a play as she was hurting on the kill feed. She's got a chance right here. She's got somebody weak.
Nice.
Able to get the beat down, and a nice little nade right there might be good enough to do the job, and it sure does. That's a double kill for Miss Audie. She was dead whenever it happened, so they're not going to reward it to her, but that's okay because Sab picks up the sniper rifle, and when the sniper rifle is in the hands of a pro, everybody just hide in the corner.
You know, you maybe out of anyone would be one of the best folks to talk about the sniper rifle and the skill tier that it takes comparatively, for instance, to a Halo 3 or a Halo 5. This gun is hard to use. Look at the awareness to use the repulsor, though, gauging that player who wasn't shooting with a burst fire weapon had a Mangler. That was a brilliant guess. I mean, talk about the split-second decision to know that player had that weapon in their utility right there. On the hands of Repub, though, we have the Heat Wave. He is going to be pushing towards the nest bridge. He may or may not have seen this player who dropped below the nest bridge, but unfortunately, we're trying to go for a little skeet shooting, and it is not lining up.
Yeah, I'm curious. He left the sniper rifle there, right? And I believe that he was trying to leave it there for camp, but it looks like they cannot make their way across the C tower to get to those weapons. And, you know, in dramatic fashion, of course, Miss Audie going to show up and kind of clean house.
You know, this is a far closer game than we had in the initial one. 20-15, I can definitely see, based on the player attitude that we've got here, that Save and Audie are having a good time. But this is definitely, I mean, if you're playing a pro team, and again, arguably a player that plays at the pro tier, I don't know if we would call Audie a pro yet, but she is about the highest tier of AM possible. This is a tough round one, and to be even this close when they're having a good time is still something to be noted.
Absolutely. I know, you know, for instance, right at Raleigh, there were teams that had to face Sentinels in the open bracket. In my opinion, you're getting your money's worth, right? What better of an opportunity to see where you stand against the best of the best, right? And so for Camp and Repub, I know this is single elimination. It's not looking good right now in Game 3, so you could be going home early. But look at the experience that you're getting. You're seeing the pace of the game with a pro player in your lobby, and these are, you know, reps that you cannot, you know, take for granted.
That's exactly right. We've got the overshields in the hands of Sabinator, though, and the Mangler and BR combo. This is about as HCS as it gets, but Sabinator getting melted. This is a great team shot from those two players. I believe one's going to be at the top of the nest, one was going to be at bottom green right there, and now they're both opting to go to the bottom of pillars. I really like that. We've got the kid sitting at the repulsor, we've got the other one sitting under the nest bridge, trying to get that kill zone set up, which is arguably very different from what you would see in a traditional 4v4. Twos play different, but regardless, twos play pretty great for Sabinator and Miss Audie. Closing out game number 3. 3 for 3. That was a clean sweep, albeit a little dirty.
Yeah, absolutely. Sabinati, of course, they're a great team. They were duoing back in Halo 5, so they have that communication that, you know, some of these teams may not have. They have that experience together. They know how each other play, and of course, they get sweaty at the sweatiest of times, and so it's not a surprise that they win 3-0 right there. I will mention, right, they were here in the tournament last week. They got out in the third round, but not because they lost, right? I believe Sab had to make it to a pro scrim because he is a pro, remember, and first and foremost, right, if you're the pro, you definitely have to you know, give your reps to the pro teams whenever they ask for it. We're looking at the stats right here, 25-16 in favor of Sabinati. This was game 3 in round 1. And so, Grayson, what are these stats telling you?
You know, the shots fired is huge, right? I actually really like that I see Camp with significantly less kills and a considerable amount of shots fired. He was at least trying to provide cover from his teammate. The accuracy looks great for Team Cobra, which is going to be Repub and Camp. On the other hand, we know that the accuracy for Sabinator and Miss Audie is significantly lower. They were opting for some trick shots, for some no-scopes, things like that. But I really like what I saw, and you said it best. You got to get your reps in when you're an amateur team. The opportunity to play a borderline pro tier AM and a true pro that plays for G2, you said it yourself. You got to lift those weights. And so I really like everything I saw to Mags Up.
Yeah, absolutely. Do not take this for granted, right? Keep your head up because you played against some of the best of the best. Speaking of best of the best, right? This tournament brought these competitors out here, so we have to shout out our sponsors for this tournament. We got Xbox Canada, Red Bull Canada, Acquire, Shaw, Jack Link's Beef Jerky, and of course Pepper.gg, the tournament organizing platform that this is being held on. You guys, if you haven't done so already, check it out because I actually really enjoy this this tournament.
Absolutely. And I know we got a couple more weeks of Wild West Wednesdays coming up. So if you're enjoying Pepper and you're enjoying all the folks that have brought this to you, of course, we got a couple more weeks to go.
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to it. Speaking again of what these guys are playing for, $200 Canadian. That's not a laughable amount, in my opinion. I would love to have 200 in my pocket. But most important about this tournament, I think, right? Winner take all, which is
Yeah,
that's high stakes, right?
absolutely. Well, if you want to earn like the best, you got to play like the best. I mean, you gotta earn it. It's exactly like.
Absolutely. Guys and gals, do not go anywhere. Round two is going to be coming up next. Remember, stay with the channel, twitch.tv/Calgary Halo. We'll be back, you guys. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. My name is Brandon Pettis, aka Louis V. Titan. I am still joined with Grayson, Mr. Dragonite. Dragonite, what did you think about round one?
I loved our round one, but I called it a clean sweep, excuse me, although it was just a little bit dirty. We saw a lot of trick shots from Sabinator and Adi at the tail end, and I don't know, man. I'm not a fan of playing with my food before I eat it.
I feel that. Definitely playing with their foot a little bit, but as they progress through this bracket, I suspect the matches are going to get a little more heated, right? Speaking of heated, we have our round two matchup ready to go. It's Fate and Company versus the guys. That's Fate, Zaitao, Sadstro, and Mark, respectively. Dragonite, who here in this match are you looking forward to seeing?
So while we were in the break, Titan and I got to talk about some of the players, and we knew them from different social media and different tournaments and stuff. I got to give a thumbs up to Fate, because for those of you that follow HCS pretty considerably, Fate placed second right behind Porky J by I think 3 or 4 kills in the free-for-all yesterday. If I'm not mistaken, it was either 40 to 44 or 41 to 44. Fate narrowly taking that second place. So if you want to talk about raw skill and like up-and-comers, we've had 2 killer matches, and Fate is a great player to watch out for.
Absolutely. I know they did well in the last tournament last week here on Calgary Halo. Speaking of the last tournament, I do want to shout out our sponsors real quick. We have Xbox Canada, Red Bull Canada, Acquire, Pepper.gg, Shaw, and Jack Links. And I want to speak about our best of five here because this is a best of five. We're going to start on Recharge. We're going to Streets after that, Bazaar, Livefire, and Aquarius. Recharge, a map that we haven't seen yet, Grayson. What do you think the key is to win on Recharge?
Recharge is a great one for me because no matter what, whether you're playing twos or fours, some team is going to spawn C plat and some team is going to spawn top A, right? Your C plat team, based on the way the map is laid out, pretty much can hit that G slide to camo every time. So
Yeah.
that C team doesn't have height advantage, but they usually get a pretty heavy utility pretty quickly. So that's one thing to look for me, because you can definitely tell an amateur team versus a high tier team if they're able to get in, get out, and get that camo in a
Mhm.
squeaky clean fashion. So I'm looking for that for sure. On the other hand, if your team's pretty disciplined, you got an easy kill from top A.
Absolutely. I will say this also. I love spawning A and being able to grab the Mangler right off the bat, go contest for camo. It's one of my favorite plays. It's what I do every single time if I spawn on A. So, hey, if you match against me and you spawn on the opposite side, you know exactly what I'm doing, man.
For those of you that want to bully Titan, here's your here's your tips and tricks to have you
Yep,
fragging like a
yep.
pro.
And it happens every single time. I get bullied all the time. But speaking of matches, we're into game one of our round two. This is going to be Fate and Company versus the guys. Dragonite. We're on board with Fate.
Yes, sir. We're heading to the back of gold pipes. I love this. We opt to use the 2 grenades right off the rip. We know those are on a 30-second timer. Why not throw them and forget? We see that player who is going to be in the top of control too, but the shock rifle, one of the weapons we haven't gotten to see yet. Case in point on this map, though, but it's not going to matter because that player immediately falls. That's Sadsto taking a pick onto that player, Fate, who is going to be jumping up towards the bat ledge, and I really like this. We saw a lot of camping in our game number one. Gotta play slow, and it awards that player that kill, potentially to double in the long haul. Brandon, what does this tell you when that player backed out? Is that respect or is he scared?
Ah, man, I think he's scared. I'm just kidding. No, I think that's respect, right? You got to value your life in 2v2s, man. And if your partner is not right next to you or if they're on respawn, then really, if you're making a challenge, more than likely it's not a good one, right? I will say in this case, Fate and Seita are spread apart, right? So in that case, it probably would have been a fair 1v1, but you never know, right? You never know when the enemy team and their partner is just lurking around the corner.
100%. We see just Mark's POV here. He is going to be pushing towards top red. He's looking towards Turbine. We can see, of course, those player silhouettes. It looks like a shot probably came through from top controller. Maybe C-plat if they had an angle, but I think that was going to be control. The shock rifle coming out, though. We do hit the no-scope, but not enough. Seitao is able to get that kill in back gold, but that is going to be a nice pick from Fate ZD as well onto the player who is sitting at the top of the attic here. Mangler in hand. Louis, he's got your number.
Absolutely, he knows what he's doing too. Unfortunately, he put it away as he's
Wow.
YYing a little bit too much. Maybe some nerves trying to work out keep the hands warm or something. But nevertheless, that player's going to back down. He's going to keep his life. It's 5-2 right now in favor of Fate and Company. I like the Mangler plays, but he's going to miss his shot right there. He's going to miss the beat down too. And yeah, that all signs point to run away, keep your life. But the repulsor. Mind the gap. He's gonna hit the headshot though with the Mangler, and you know what? Hey,
Wow.
style points right there.
Yeah, that was a far cry from what I expected. I thought these guys were playing a little bit nervous, but the remembrance to have that repulsor and use that. Then we went for the style points, right? We're playing a little bit of Tony Hawk. We just got awarded the spiritual wall grind for that kill right there. The mind the gap is, of course, what we're going to call that. We see the player going towards the bottom of the Mangler. This is a deadly combo. We haven't really gotten to see the shock rifle. We saw a little bit of damage from it earlier, but of course, a lot of players, you think a lot of high tiers, like look at Renegade, the master of the shock rifle, right? We're going to hit that headshot. It's going to be an instant kill. It's a burst fire weapon, and an assist from his teammate comes through that Saito with an easy double kill. Camo still in hand. One of the 2 power weapons on the map. I mean, this is about as clean of a show as you can get.
Absolutely. We got Saito just holding it down here in pipes, checking out bat ledge, I should say. He sees some shots. He's just going to read that information to Fate, but unfortunately Fate was already down. So on respawn, he's going to know what to do, right? They're going to make their way into Whirlpool. They're going to try to set up base here in A. Meanwhile, he's getting challenged bottom elevator right now. Not going to land the headshot, not the perfect that he needed, right? And good nade right there by Saito to get that kill.
We got a POV from just Mark there for just a moment here. We still have him at top red doing some damage into the Whirlpool right there. I like that he's opting to collect this grapple shot right here, but he needs to win his 1v1s before you can add more utilities into your back pocket here. But again, Saito, notable competitor from Halo 5. Fate, of course, again, 2nd place in the HCS official free-for-all on Monday. I mean, this is a tough match to be in. I'd really like to see some more team shots coming out of just Mark for DeGuys. I think that there is definitely an opportunity for some more synergy here, but again, we saw it in our series number 1. We're seeing it here. These are really tough teams to be matched against. This could be another situation of get your reps in.
Yeah, and if you're the red team right there, the guys, you want to slow play that situation, right? Your teammate is on respawn back in A. You have an opportunity to collapse, I think, but he just, he chose to push the situation. It ended up in his death, and right now, 13-6. Nice kill right there by Sadsto. And Sadsto with the double, with the rifle. I love to see it because this is what you need to get back into this game.
Absolutely. 13-7, I mean, not necessarily double the score. We have just under 8 minutes left on the clock here. Sadsto in the POV. Almost positive here, considering 6 and 7. I mean, considering your team has 7 points and you have 6 of them. Sadsto was playing exceptionally well, in my opinion, especially against, again, the competitors he's with. I like that we're checking our corners here, Brandon. You said you wanted to slow the pace down, and it looks like we're getting a lot of that leadership directly from him. Look at that, though, in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. We haven't gotten to see literally any of that in this game yet. You'll call that ambient communication. So that is some kind of a ping system or a Spartan giving you feedback. If a grenade gets hit, you're going to get some audio or something like that. That is another huge feature that players are going to need to take advantage of in higher tier gameplay, because you're not going to get hit markers, right? You may not have callouts from certain teammates. You may not see certain things. So I love that they're opting to use every tool in the belt to their disposal.
Absolutely, those ambient sound effects are going to be key, right? Because even though you may not be able to see the ping, Halo Infinite has some of the best sound design in the game, in the gaming scene, I should say, because you can hear that ping where they pinged it, and that is beautiful in my opinion.
100%. We see another player fall in the kill feed, though, on board with Fate CD. 5, 6, and 5. So although he's neutral in terms of his KD, his teammate Saito has 0 assists on the board. So what this is telling me is that Fate is emboldening his teammate to go ahead and take all of these kills. He's like, dude, I don't care, because at the end of the day, it's winner takes all. We both get a paycheck. You can look flashy, enjoy your double-digit kills. I'm just going to support you all the way. I did all my heavy lifting in the free-for-all.
Absolutely, and just as you said earlier, we need to see a little bit of support out of Mark in reference to Sadsto, right? He does have 2 assists, but 1 kill on the board. Perhaps a little teamwork from the opposite direction, right? Sadsto perhaps needs to pick up a little bit of slack or kind of work a little closer to his teammates so they can work together in this situation.
Think about that challenge into control too up there towards the commando. I think that was particularly over aggressive considering that camo was almost up. I like that Fate was able to take away a threat that had height advantage, and I really like this collapse from Fate right there as well into the Whirlpool as we see that other player rotating either towards top control or through that mangler. But I think that might have been a little over eager. Do you think it was a smart push right there, or do you think that it was a little showy? I mean, what's your breakdown of that challenge on a top control?
Honestly, I can't lie. You got to go with what the game says. They died in that situation. So in my opinion, right, that means you made the wrong choice. This game is all about choices just as much as it is about your skill and where you place your aimer. Meanwhile, you could have things in your utility like the repulsor, but right there, just Mark getting that kill, but not able to stay alive as the rifle is in the enemy hands. But finally, it looks like 2 kills in the advantage of the guys, and the guys finally starting to put some good points on the board here.
Absolutely. We're slowly narrowing this lead. I think we saw a little bit closer. I think we've seen a little further apart throughout this game here. But 11 to 20, as soon as I say it, we've now got 9 kills separating. Make that 8. Very good. We're starting to see the guys come back here. Fate and Ko, though, with a great performance. Fate able to take out that player at top glass. We're going to be looking for that shock rifle, jumping back to the bat ledge. This is our POV of Fate here. 8, 9, and 7. Again, we keep talking about things you can do to help your team if you're not necessarily the main slayer. This is exactly what you want to do. He's pushing for that power weapon. We go for the no scope, or the quick scope rather. It does hit that player. Unfortunately, it's not going to take him down. For the first time, though, in this matchup, we're seeing the green gun come into play, and it is definitely useful. That P shooter we've seen all the way back from CE is making a very strong appearance here.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's worth mentioning, right, that you can drop any weapon in this game, and I really believe that Halo Infinite is a game of combos. This man has the plasma pistol and the battle rifle. You can charge that thing up, shoot it, and before the bullet even hits your enemy target, you can drop it and pull that battle rifle out and have them land at the same time, pretty much getting an instantaneous kill. That is one of the coolest things you can do in this game. It's 22 to 13 right now. Fate and Co looking pretty.
Definitely looking great. We've got that Mangler BR combo with the 2 plasma grenades as well. So, I mean, of course, trying to use all the things in the sandbox here. And again, let's look at that. One of the players has the repulsor, the other has the grapple shot. I know that doesn't seem like a huge deal to some of the other players that may be watching this, but denying your opponent different utilities is such a good way to make sure you keep a lead that you've got. We got the shock rifle in hand. We're going to go for the trade here. We don't need to trade. We killed the player in the back of red pipes right here. 25 kills on the board, just over 3.5 minutes left on the clock here. And we even checked to see if we needed to recharge our grapple shot right here because we are feeling like a pretty good Spider-Man.
Yeah, absolutely. In my opinion, I think this game is over, right? I believe that we're playing to 25. If these guys want to show us a little more action, then we're going to cast a little more action. It looks like they're going to communicate to each other. That's the end of the game. So right here, game 1 going in favor of Fate and Company. Seital with 14 kills, 5 deaths, and Fate with 11 and 9 deaths. But, 9 assists out of Fate. That's huge, especially in 2v2. The more you guys can work together. Let's compare assists, right? 9 and 4 for Fate, and we had 2 and 2 for our other team right there, the guys. So great teamwork out of Fate and Company.
Yeah, that's exactly what set them apart. I mean, at a certain point, you would see it with Halo 5, you would see it with Halo 3, and of course you see it in Halo Infinite. Players are going to hit a relative amount of shots. Congratulations. You 5-shot somebody, you 4-shot somebody, so does everyone else at a certain tier, right? What are you doing that separates you from the other rest of the community? And it's team shots. Because if you were Iron in a gunfight, you've put 2 shots into my feet, although that seems dumb, your teammate's now fighting a half-shielded guy. And you steamroll that enough times together and you built a snowman of player deaths. You've snowballed too far. So that's, I think, definitely what set those teams apart for me in terms of collective gameplay.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'll agree. And I'll say that 2v2, it's a game of over communication. You can over communicate to your teammate and really understand what each other are doing, and you can play out honestly, you can raise your level of play just by the communication alone, right? We saw that a lot in Halo 5. It was really cool to see because the pace of the game just really picks up. If you guys are, sending that communication to each other at a high tier level, you can know exactly what you're doing right off of every single life. And in Halo Infinite, right, if you get the right utility in your pocket, you can really move around the map. For instance, on recharge, right, with that grapple, the grapple will literally give you the momentum you need to get into any 2v2 fight across on the other side of the map, right? And so things like that are huge, in my opinion, especially on recharge. Get those utility in your hands, and honestly, keep that mangler in the back pocket.
100%. Like I said it earlier, you got to stay strapped. So you got to keep that mangler with you. Completely unrelated to I keep that thing on me. That's right. But completely unrelated even to like how useful the weapon is in the meta. I think even aesthetically, the weapon itself is pleasing. That's been one of my other favorite things. We talked about the ambient sound in Infinite. We've talked about a bunch of different things here. A lot of the art design. I love Aquarius. I like a lot of the direction the games have chosen to go. And I think that the Banished Weapons are really cool. Shock Rifle as well with that beautiful. There's such a visceral sound. When you hear that melee, you hear like that scrape of metal on Spartan armor. Yeah. There's so much that lends to this game, even at just a viewer tier, that makes me so excited about it.
And I'll say this also about the Banished Weapons. I just shot a bunch of map cinematics for a future project, and the Banished Weapons, they have taped handles like you would see on a baseball bat. But the great thing about it is they're not all the same from weapon to spike grenades. Even the way that they're wrapped and everything, it's different on every single weapon. So the attention to detail right there is huge out of these developers for Halo Infinite, and personally, I love it.
That's massive, and I love to see that that's what our franchise is becoming. But we're headed on to streets. We've got a beautiful flyover right here. Of course, you're going to see a lot of course, bottom C spawns. You're going to have players that are going to spawn at the back of hologram here. Of course, you're going to clash for those rockets in the center. No power up on this one though, so that is definitely different. We still have the bulldog in tow, and I believe the stalker rifle is going to make an appearance as well at the top of that C balk. But again, you've got a lot of things at your disposal in doubles. Do you think the Rockets are the first fight, Brandon, or do you think that they're going to be opting for more positioning than power weapon?
I think that rockets, especially in 2v2, can get you off to a really hot start. If you can get those rockets and you can get that double kill right off the bat, it's huge, right? But the rockets come and they go really fast, right? So weapons like the bulldog, that the ammo in those clips really allow you to open up the map and do a lot. And making your way into close quarters with your enemy is very easy on streets. There's a lot of nooks and a lot of crannies and a bunch of different routes that you can take to get to any point in the map. And so me personally, I want to see control of the bulldog, but you have to always account for the rockets because that is a very important and very powerful weapon.
I agree 100%. I think the stalker rifle is something that I've seen a lot of use with Team Phase specifically. I mean, I think Snipe Down, of course, is really interested in exploring non-meta weapons that are curiously on the map, right? Why would they be there if they weren't necessarily useful? And I think a lot of his time spent in, for instance, Apex, where there was a much larger weapon variety, has lended to him and Phase opting to use some weapons and bringing those into the meta. Now we see E United with a stalker, we see Cloud9 all the time. It wasn't as widely used, I think, until they took it from streets, and I really like to see that diversity in gameplay. I think that's another thing that we've got from Infinite that breaks a mold that we haven't really seen previously.
Right. I mean, let's be real, right? The upside of the stalker rifle is huge. 3 shots, kill, right? And you can
Mm-hmm.
fire that thing, I believe, as fast as, if not nearly as fast as you can pull the trigger. That is that's game changing, right? That is something that will change a fight into your favor if you walk into a fight versus someone with a battle rifle. As long as you can hit those shots while you're getting peppered with BR bullets, then you're gonna walk away that fight as the victor.
Absolutely, and I think it's a maybe a spiritual successor to the light rifle, very similar in that hard scope 3 shot kill, little bit of tiny time between the trigger pulls, but still, I mean, obviously incredibly quick. It's got the faster time to kill than the battle rifle, so very deadly. I Streets is such a difficult one for me though, because especially in twos, traditionally you'd see like a 3 player standoff in B spawn in the arcade, and then traditionally one player kind of rotating around in A or into C balk, depending on what you opted to hold. Twos is so tough because you can't really set up, right? You have to constantly be rotating.
Mhm.
And for players that are playing in comp, this is a very different play style.
Yeah, I think the key, honestly, in my opinion, is to rotate together, but not down the same exact route, right? Let's say you're going down B Street. One of you guys can make your way through arcade as well, right? And let's say that you find somebody or somebody approaches you in a fight, you can hit them from 2 different directions, but still be approaching from the same lane. I think plays like that in 2v2 are actually huge, especially on streets.
100%. Cafe side, the ATM area really lends to that. One of my favorite cutouts in the game, and it's also one of the most punishing. I get, unfortunately, at a high tier, I get beat up pretty bad in tires quite a few times. Somebody's always got my hologram cross, right? You've got somebody coming out of back PD on the big wall at the hologram, shooting into tires, and I think, okay, I'm going to duck into arcade, I'm going to hit my little G slide, and I'm going to be safe. And bam, somebody's holding that cross at the ATM. They're
Yeah.
close enough to each other to be useful, but far enough on the map that they're covering considerable ground, and that's
Yeah.
such a punishing thing. Streets, we got to talking in the break, guys, and streets for both of us aesthetically, in terms of gameplay, in terms of even Shyway's G slide coaching, like we adore this map.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the first time that I saw the map, it immediately reminded me of Plaza from Halo 5. Plaza,
Mm-hmm.
amazing map. The aesthetic was amazing. I believe these two maps are set in the same setting. It could be New Mombasa. Don't quote me on that. I'm not the biggest lore guy, but I love that futuristic city style of map. I like the aesthetic. It's just so pleasing to me.
100%. And I think we can have some lore nerds in the chat if anybody can call us on this. But as far as I'm aware, I believe somebody data mined the skybox, and it is part of the skybox from the map Plaza. So there is some direct coordination there, and supposedly the tram that's in Streets is also tied to the tram that would be in Plaza. So it's a little bit of a spiritual successor. You've got that cool urban interface there. I really like that.
How cool would it be if like sometime in the future they were able to like pair the two together, like and just add a remake of Plaza into Halo Infinite and be able to show you how they actually work together in some sort of way. You're seeing it now. Look at these lights. The neon lights are beautiful in this game. The lighting in general in Halo Infinite is top tier in my opinion. I love it. I love the design. I love that neon sign, the Kenya vibe. I love that.
Mm-hmm. I love that too. For those of you that would like to see the Plaza Streets combo here, Zedekins, that's our call to you. Zeddy, we need your mod work. Rejected Shotgun, maybe a little bit from you as well. But what we do need actually is just Mark's POV. We're going to be jumping on board. He's going to sit at the front of the hologram right here on the tire generator. Grenade already hitting him. Of course, we had talked about whether or not these players were going to fight for rockets first or rotate. And I really like what I'm seeing here. I'm liking Sadsto rotating towards Neon for that Bulldog. Aggressively going to push down, and he's going to be awarded the first kill already. Sadsto with one in hand. I believe the Bulldog is going to be with him, if I'm not mistaken. He's actually going to opt for the rockets there and thruster too. This is a very dangerous combo considering that they're up 2-0 to the team that pretty cleanly beat them in game number 1.
Yeah, absolutely. I like it. It was a little bit of a bait and switch action, right? Somebody rotated around trying to flank, and then the other player came through tires and able to take that player out. Now rockets in their possession. One gets wasted. One gets used to its optimum amount. One kill in favor right now of the guys. They're up 3-0 right now. Can they keep this up? Because this series, they are down 1-0.
Yeah, already one singular minute into the gameplay. See that? We're already using the thruster. He goes for the over challenge and is actually awarded with that reversal right there. I think a little bit aggressive from Sadsto, but I think considering that the other team's probably counting them a little bit out after a rough beating here, I actually really like to see that. I also like the dip and dodge, rather, excuse me here. But Fate has other plans. Of course, he has the Forerunner weapon right there of the Sentinel beam, and he's able to take that player out as they drop through bottom tires.
Yeah, some call it the Sentinel beam. I call it the microwave. This man's got it in the back pocket, ready to cook up some hot pockets, named Sadsto. But nevertheless, slow playing a little bit right now. It looks like somebody trying to make it. Oh, we're getting pushed by the Bulldog right here. This is something terrifying, right? When you hear a Bulldog and you feel those shots getting, hit you from the side and you don't know exactly where they're coming from, it might be one of the most terrifying things in multiplayer because there's no escaping the Bulldog. Let's be right.
No, that time to kill is so unbelievably fast. We've got the Stalker, though, in the hands of Just Mark. I think this, of course, as a closer to a DMR, I'd really like to see Mark with this. We saw him definitely playing more of a backpedaled role in the previous matchup here, and I'd like to see him embolden Sadsto to get some kills right here. I'd love to see Sadsto do exactly this. Go to top A, collapse on this player that's tired. You're going to pick up that kid who's bottom A. That's exactly what we wanted. Mark actually worked out with the kill right there, but I like that they're doing exactly what we had said they needed to do, was kind of try to play slower and play a little smarter there, but Fate has other plans. Fate said he was going to go ahead and get that kill right there, but that rocket did not suicide that player. That player was able to stay alive, and I believe was awarded with that kill, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I'm just going to call it right there. That set of rockets was defective. Neither bullet killed anybody. It just made people one shot and look really scary, but nevertheless, the person holding the rockets went down in both of those situations.
Wow.
You love to see it. At least it went both ways for both teams. It's fair, right? Seitao pushing through tires. Looks like he's trying to collapse on somebody. Now has an opportunity to collapse on somebody else. But who needs help whenever your name is Fate?
This is a different team than I feel like we saw in our game number 1. The guys is performing far and above what we had seen from them initially. I don't know if we got the batteries recharged. I'm not entirely sure what's going on, but this is making for far better competition. We see Just Mark able to get a kill into Seitao. We swap POVs, excuse me. That's going to be Fate pushing up through the driveway here. And again, we've got the Bulldog in hand. Pretty much one of the fastest time to kills in this game, especially if you're in any team fight. You break the shields with the first shot, your teammate cleans up that headshot. Fate, though, with a headshot of his own onto Mark, who had the Stalker rifle, top C. Got the Bulldog in hand. We're going to survive Neon in case in point. One shot broke him. Our teammate cleaned it up, and all of a sudden, we have a lead for Fate & Co.
Yeah, absolutely. The tides turn, and now our team that's winning the series as we speak is now in the lead in game 2. It's a 1-0 in favor of Fate & Company. It looks like Rocket's about to come up in 15 seconds. So now, how are we going to play this, right? We got 2 in arcade. We can see that. Can the enemy team see that? It looks like Fate makes his way into tires, probably communicating that he sees both players over there because it looks like they're starting to collapse. Fate with the Bulldog. He's going to trade out 2 beatdowns, 1 second till the Rockets come up. Looks like he has a chance to go for that play, but somebody on respawn and C is going to be his demise. He goes down before he even had a chance to pick him up.
What a dangerous respawn for that player to get the luck to spawn bottom C. The Rockets still haven't turned over, but to award yourself an extra kill right there and keep your 2 kills off. But look at catching this player unaware. We have the player in ATMs as well. That is going to be 2 kills for Fate. They were able to get a trade. I believe that was Saitao. That was the player that fell right there. Fate now, this time, doing the heavy lifting here. He was emboldening his teammate in the previous match. I really like that they can both swap these roles, but I'm seeing much, much better gameplay from just Mark here. I don't know if there were nerves. I don't know if we needed a warm-up or what's going on there, but Mark almost positive with the same amount of assists he'd had in the previous game. This is definitely a different player, in my opinion.
Huge double kill right there out of Fate. One with the rocket, one with the BR. Nice play right there. I will say that I do believe that the red team here is working better as a team as compared to how they did in game one, and that's probably why they're in this a little closer. But now it is a 5-point lead for Fate and company, and it looks like the stalker in hand for Fate. He's got some shots on a player in back A, and now he's communicating to Seitao, hey man, where's everybody else at?
Yeah, this is exactly what you need to be doing, right? They were able to double team that player. We see that spawner over at PD. He may not know that that's a separate player. One is going to be broken. Where is our tires player, though, who should have been able to collapse on that? Unfortunately, they turned a 2v1 spawn situation into 2 deaths and 1 kill on the favor of the guys. I really think that the guys should have been able to get that 2v1 onto Fate there for just a moment there. In the POV of Saitao, though, we regain the Stalker Rifle. Big damage onto the player is going to drop from Bins here. And we can see, of course, this player coming through arcade, but we're going to pre-nade that. Another good plasma grenade does come into tires. We're just trying to get a little splash damage and get a little bit of our ambient feedback right here. We need that communication to try to feed out where that other player is, but that is the 2v1 I was hoping for in the favor of the guys. We needed that collapse earlier.
Absolutely. Fate with the bulldog in hand. Enemy has thruster and able to thrust out of one shot and get the beat down. It looks like it was a combo kill between Sadsto and Mark. So great teamwork. Again, 4 and 4 assists on the board for our red team, the guys. We got 5 and 5 though for Fate and company, and that is why they are in the lead. It's 19-15. Rockets coming up soon, so both teams are going to try to play their lives here and kind of make a play for Rockets.
Saito able to pick up the kill onto just Mark, though, and then Fate, of course, sliding in to back up his teammate right there. This is huge, and I love this. We're seeing Fate opt to not make the same mistake his teammate made previously. Saito hard-scoped a little bit too late on that bottom C spawn. They were trying to feel out whether those players were going to be there. Rockets in the hands of the player. The back of Red Room, I think we probably should have fired up that second rocket just in case, but Fate was there to pick that up. So at least they were able to turn the power weapon back over to our teammate. I was not expecting them to get that trade. I actually thought that was going to be in the favor of the guys for both kills right there. So I love that we were able to get that power weapon control. Look at Fate's KD. What is this telling you, Brandon? We're 15, 5, and 5. Like, we don't even need healthcare. We just need whatever router we have right now.
I think that's exactly what it is. No, I think this says that Fate is a very smart player. Obviously, very comfortable with Saitao. Saitao earlier had that rocket play, not able to fire off both rockets right, but that's okay because Fate is right behind him and ready to make the play. Speaking of making the play, Saitao right there with the beatdown, and that's the final kill, 25-17. Game number 2 in round 2 of this series, going to Fate and company.
See, I love when you and I, or any caster is behind a desk, and there is a play that I would see and I would go, oh, I don't know if I would have done that. And then I look at it and it turns out better for that player. If I was behind the sticks right there in that final POV, I would have jumped to the stairs to grab the last singular rocket and opt to try to fight a player. No, that player played it smart, waited it out. It was the final kill. He knew that other team had to challenge him. There's a reason I'm behind the desk and they're on the sticks. I love
Absolutely.
Plays like that. That was so brilliant.
Big brain plays indeed. The man just tucks in the corner right there at bottom stairs and able to get the back smack for the final kill, 25-17. As you can see now, 11 deaths for Saitao, going neg 1. That's okay because honestly, I saw improvement out of this team. Excuse me, I'm getting mixed up here. Just Mark and Sasso definitely doing well, right? A big improvement from game 1, as we were saying all throughout that game. I like what I'm seeing, right? And this is the beauty of best of 5 is they still have another chance to improve again. And if they can improve, I think they could possibly take a game off of Fate and Saitao.
I think so too. I certainly don't know if it would be a series. I think that might be a little further out of reach, but I think, of course, you got to take baby steps, right? Any improvement is improvement because we've got 4 more weeks of the Wild West Wednesdays. Who knows if they're going to come back and try to make another sweep, right? And this is a free to enter competition. Of course, there are reserve spots. I mean, you have to get in at the certain time frame, right? There are closed spots, but free to enter. This is a great place to hone your skills, play against other players. We've got pros in the bracket, right? We've got Sabinator we saw in game number 1. I mean, if you want to, you've seen the pros, but have you had the opportunity to play the pros? This is a great opportunity to do that.
Absolutely. Game 3 of this series, it's going to be on Bazaar. We've seen Bazaar so far. It can
It's
really
a tough
be
one.
a snowball, right? And if you're Satso and Mark here, I think that you try to slow play it a little bit, right? Like you have to of course get off your first initial spawns and contest for those weapons. But if that doesn't go in your way, right, you can definitely play your life and you can work together because let's be real, Bazaar is a large map, and if you want to make the enemy team come to you, you can definitely do so. I'm not asking for that. Let me say this: I'm not waiting for a 15-minute, 25 kill game here, but you could play your life very smart on Bazaar, and it's very easy to do so.
I think this map could be the turnaround point just for them to steal one map, right? We talked about it when we saw Bazaar earlier. There's a rocket, there's a bulldog. You've got, of course, different thrusts. You've got an assault rifle, right? There's so many different tools of the trade that you can use. Of course, you got a power up. Manglers are even in there. If there's going to be one where you can play a little bit cheeky and not necessarily outskill, but at least outthink your opponent, I think this could be the easier one to take. On the other hand, if we see Fate and Co., who is arguably, at least in this series, technically more skilled, this could be a really heavy steamroll. You let the guy who's already out BRing, you get a rocket and an overshield. I mean, dude, that's all she wrote.
Yeah, if you're the guys, you better be hoping that this doesn't snowball out of control because game three on Bazaar, it can get out of hand very quickly. Just like you said, lots of utility across the map. It's spread out very nicely, but market, I love market, right? Because it's almost like it's a stadium with the second story balconies and the bridge and all that. You could get
Gladiator.
and meet in the middle, shock nades, overshield, grapple, rockets, it's all right there, right in the middle of everybody. So get out there and contest for it because that is what, in my opinion, makes Halo a lot of fun. It's fast paced, and you respawn. This isn't a battle royale. You get to come back.
Absolutely. I've never broken the map down that way or really thought about the height difference or any of those different engagements. Do you have, I mean, of course, we've had limited experience with twos in Halo Infinite, of course. Do you have a particular setup or holds that you want players to do? I mean, fast pace for sure, but is there a particular PowerPoint or places you'd like to see players be?
Well, I'll say this: the way that I want to see Halo Infinite played is very fast paced. I want to see people moving around the map, swarming. I want to see 2v2, right? We should be moving through the map. We should be working together just like on streets, right? Not taking the exact same routes, right? But moving down the same lane and working together and communicating, over communicating. I'm gonna push out right here. Get ready to switch with me. That type of thing. Overshield coming up, grapples coming up, rockets coming. They're all coming up, right? I want to see that, and I want to see people control those shock nades because, in my opinion, man, these
So strong.
dude, the dynamos are ridiculous in this game. I love them. I love the ticks that you get in your ear. It's very satisfying to me. I nerd out about the sound in this game all the time, but I really do believe getting to the middle of the map, but working together and doing it in a good way to get all those little goodies and walk away with your life is going to be key on Bazaar.
I agree 100%. We did just get some confirmation here that these players are going to be loading into their match as well, so we've got just a minute to get in there. But I had another question for you in terms of like Halo Infinite's design and things like that. I really like this. We talked about it before, sort of. I really like the separate aesthetics on the map. But do you think that Bazaar itself feels too segmented as a map, or do you think that that's something that new Halo players are going to have to come to terms with, right? We've heard players jokingly refer to it. I think it's Dune or Dust from Counter Strike, if I'm not mistaken. We've heard some players kind of affectionately call it that with a little bit of a tease. I like the gameplay we see on it. I think
Mm-hmm.
sometimes in fours it might be a little slow. I personally have enjoyed it much more in twos. Do you like the flow of the map itself, or do you think there could be a couple changes?
Yeah, so in my opinion, and this is going to be kind of a weird comparison, but the layout design is, in my opinion, very similar to the pit. But the biggest difference, right, is that middle area is not cut off from the other side. In market, it's down below and you
Mm.
can see straight across the other side. And I think this is what people struggle with, right? It is very like setup based type of map. And you have to play the game a little bit differently. And this is the beauty of Halo Infinite and what the competitive insight team has built for us is that there's not just one meta that works for every single map. They have forced us to learn different types of tactics to use in different types of maps, and I think Bazaar is a prime example of, it's not necessarily the way that you want to play, right? But there is a way to play Bazaar. So, in my opinion, I think. I mean, I just love Bazaar. I want to ask you though, what do you think for Bazaar is key to really dominating the other team?
You know, I think there's a couple different things, and I think you're exactly right. There's no set way to play a map, which I think is really great about Halo Infinite. I mean, we make all the jokes, of course, the gameplay limitations. There's none. It's infinite. I do really think there are a lot of choices, though, right? Because you can see teams like Optic flourish. You see Cloud9 flourish in different ways. Optic is slay heavy. Optic is literally going to put a gun barrel in your mouth every second that they get the chance to do so. On the other hand, Cloud9 plays fairly smart, in my opinion. I think they play the smartest Halo that's out there. And I really like that. I've seen Penguin do some incredible jumps, like onto the top of the balcony. He will throw the flag into the air, grapple up towards the commando. The flag will be falling, and as long as the grapple shot's let go of, you can actually mantle and grab the flag at the same time. It's one of the craziest button combos I want to see Shyway throw a video together on, as opposed to Optic that will just throw that thing out the balcony and just run for it through market. And I really like that. I do think height advantage is a huge deal in Infinite, more so than it has been in other previous titles. So I think you definitely need players up there at the palms in those top markets.
Yeah.
On the other hand, you got that alley, right? You've got that trench and you've got that truck area that are both power positions because you need rockets or overshields. But if you drop that height advantage, you are a sitting duck. So I do think Bazaar is a very well-designed map. I think it's different Halo than a lot of the other Halo we see.
Yeah, absolutely. While we do have a minute, I do want to run through some of the bracket that we've had so far. Of course, we saw Fate and Company here in this match. They, in round one, took out Vanguard Gaming. The guys took out Rolling Stone, so congratulations to them. They got to this place in round two. Unfortunately, right, they're down 2-0 in this series, but that's okay because this is a best of five and they're still alive. Now, Barnacle Boys and Villains able to top that one 3-0. It looks like Shopping Mall Streakers are going to take out Raleigh Reed. And then Sabinati, of course, we saw that one on stream. They handled Mags up. They're going against 1 Point Wonders, and it looks like they've already claimed that series as well. So we'll likely see them later on in the tournament. We have 1 Point Wonders and Slept on Goats. 1 Point Wonders able to take out Slept on Goats. First round bye versus the Pog Champs. First round bye, you guys actually made it past the first round, so I guess you guys are no longer a bye. Maybe second round bye. I don't know. We'll find out. They're going to go against Corrupt, and actually now that I'm paying attention, Corrupt actually have already taken out them. So we're in round two. It looks like we're actually in the latest match for round two. So we actually already have in round three a match between Sabinati and Corrupt, and then we have Shopping Mall Streakers waiting for the winner of this match that we're watching right now, Fate and Company versus the guys.
So the Sabinati match that's currently going on, if I'm not mistaken, that's going to be, if you're following along in the Pepper bracket here, that's going to be A. So of course your winner's bracket 3.2. This is a really good amateur roster. Some of these names may not do anything for some of the folks that are in the chat, but you should get used to these names. Of course, Sabinator with G2, again, we've talked about it multiple times. High tier player. Miss Audie, not only a brilliant female player who's been making waves in a lot of the female tournaments, she is just a true talent. And I think, again, borderline pro collectively here. On the other hand, we've got Corrupt, we've got Hative. And a lot of you folks that played Halo 5 towards the tail end are going to recognize that gamer tag from a lot of Team Arena. And then Claytron Mahler, which is a name very new to me. But as I have started my roles with Faceit, I have seen Claytron in every single Faceit thing since I started my role there. And Claytron has made it through winners brackets, not only in fours, but also winners brackets all the way through, I think, top 32 in the free-for-all most recently. So this player that is relatively unfamiliar to me has become an overnight sensation personally as an amateur for me. I'm really looking forward to seeing the results of that match.
Yeah, obviously that's very impressive. I will say, though, you may need to change your name to Claytron Mangler.
Mangler.
Right? Maulers. That's Halo 3. That's the old days, man. We got the better souped up version. It's called a Mangler. We'll see what it looks like in a couple months whenever they very likely nerf it.
Tune
but
that.
We'll see.
Absolutely. I just think, for those of you, again, that are following along in the Pepper bracket, this is going to be definitely one to watch, because I think if there's going to be a team at this part of the bracket that could take a game off of Sabinati, I absolutely think this build of this team specifically could do it. Hative was playing with a four-man group, I believe actually teamed with Claytron in the 4v4s, and I think they made it considerably far. I want to say losers 10 or losers 11. In the pro 4v4, and then of course again Claytron with a top 32 in that free-for-all. So I mean, the fact that I see that name in a workflow pretty consistently tells me a lot about that player, even though I'm not necessarily familiar with them. I also want to wish that player well, because I have may or may not gotten bodied by that guy in matchmaking, so now since he beat me, he better beat everybody else, so I'm better by association.
I feel that. I really do, man. You run across so many of these names in matchmaking if you can get up there, right? And it's fun, right? But at the same time, it's a double-edged sword, because they're really good and usually they're really sweaty. And I'll be real. That's just not me. I'm not that good.
Me too. I mean, the good news is you and I are trying to make it in a different role. It would be
Oh yeah,
pretty tough as a player if I was getting beat by all the guys I had to talk nice about, right? But that's
yeah.
my favorite. For instance, like a Ryan Noob. Ryan Noob beat me real bad in a Halo 5 free for all, and I saw him in a lane. It was the first thing I ever got to tell him was that he and Scariotic took me out of a free for all in the last like 8 seconds. I think Ryan got a kill tacular, and Scary ended up with like 4 or 5 kills above me as well. And I had to joke, if somebody had to take me out, I'm glad it's the guy that won the whole thing, because then I look cooler by association. And Ryan was like, you're not mad? I was like, no, dude, I wouldn't have made it much further than that. So I feel really good losing to the champ. So I love
Yeah, I
to
was
see
gonna say,
players like that.
you know, you being that close to these guys, it speaks volumes to your own individual skill. So congratulations right there, because I would be 2 rounds back probably.
Sure.
I will say this. I'll apologize really quick. We have had some lobby issues. We're working to get back into this game 3 as fast as we can. But you know, we are going to be approaching Bazaar, right? So
Yes.
very interesting map. I do believe it is going to be a snowball. But Grayson, you want to give me a prediction here?
Yeah. This is it. I mean, I want to say it's a tough call. It's a tougher call to pick the number than the result. I definitely think, of course, Fate and Co. I think they walk away the victors here. I think this is a potential, like we talked about earlier. I think there's an opportunity for these guys to end up at least closer. And if there's going to be a game taken, I think it is going to be on Bazaar. We, of course, have our beautiful flyover here. But I'm thinking this is probably a 25-18. Let's see how close I am. Let's see if I'm going to buy a lottery ticket at the end of this. I think that there's a lot of tools at the disposal of the guys that's going to give them the potential to close the gap. On the other hand, if Fate and Co. get a lucky kill or a really skilled kill and take over a rocket or take over a bulldog, we're going to see pretty much what we did on Streets, where it becomes, like we had been talking about, a snowball in these early rounds in this tournament here. I mean, once we get into round number 3, we're going to see a lot of closer matches here, but a lot of these first round ones, these first round twos, these are, as Brandon has been referring to it, and I love it, a great way to get your reps in. This is an awesome learning experience, and you should treat it as such. And so I'd love to see the guys even just try some stuff out, right? Do some unorthodox gameplay. Use that thruster, use that AR. We haven't really seen it come into play. I mean, just do some weird stuff and see if you can upend the bucket.
Yeah, absolutely. Game 1, right? We saw minimal teamwork between the guys. Game 2, we saw much more teamwork. I want to see them continue to improve. This is game 3. I know that is an extremely fast rate of improvement, but I think it's possible for you guys. And I think that if you play your cards right, you may be in this one, and you could probably see we probably could see them take it away. So round 2, right? This is a 16 team elimination bracket. I like what I'm seeing out of these people. Grayson, correct me if I'm wrong. Is this is double elimination, single elimination here?
This is going to be single. Not only is
Okay,
this tournament winner
so.
takes all, but this is a single elim. So we did give you a best of 5, right? You've got an opportunity to kind of come back. I mean, a 3-0 sweep is not a good feeling for anybody, but there is no losers bracket, so you're kind of met somewhere in the middle there.
Right. So the guys, backs against the wall right now. I want to see the best rise out of you. Come and rise to the occasion. I want to see you guys bring your best, because Fate and company, they're waiting on the other side, and I guarantee you they know how to play this map, and they can play it very fast despite its size, and it can snowball really quickly. But I do believe Fate and company, you guys can work together and pull this off.
Absolutely. And guys, as we get into the early stages of Halo Infinite, right, we joke about the Mangler meta. We talk about Spider-Manning. We've even talked about some of the aesthetics on the weapons and things like that. The other half of this is all of that is brought to light by the players, right? So you've got these teams, you've got these players on Disguise who I'm not really familiar with, right? This is a roster player. I do know Sadsto a little bit. I think I saw him play last week. I am not familiar with Just Mark. And on the other hand, I am familiar with Saitao at the tail end of Halo 5, and I'm very familiar with Fate, as Fate has been a monster through the tail end of Halo 5 and even on into Infinite, of course. Keep these players, follow them on socials, follow them on Twitch, right? As they're the people that keep furthering us in this game series. But we've got the POV of Just Mark. We have finally loaded it in. Brandon, I feel like I have had a nice long-winded opportunity. Run away with it, my friend.
Absolutely. Listen, that overshield is up right there, and it is right for the taking. It looks like one of either Fate or Saitao was able to walk away with it, and I do believe he had the time to pull it off. It looks like Fate is going to go down to a beatdown right there, and it looks like, yes, this player, Saitao, able to walk away with that overshield and still be alive. He's hanging out by truck. Fate going to spawn over by truck, so now Mark here, literally just peppering, keeping his life, valuing his life. And it looks like they're both electing to play down in the alley. I like this. They're staying together, right? I want to see him whip around. It looks like he knows he's going to get pushed, but I do want to see them stay together, right? I think that's going to be key when you're going against people as good as Seitao and Fate. And so with Bulldog in hand, we see him finally making a move towards his teammate. Sadsto looks like he's fired a couple shots, so I like that this information is likely being given. And yes, Sadsto with the Rockets able to get the kill right there on Fate. 2-0 lead for our boys in red. The guys, you're doing it right now. Let's keep it up. Grayson, please, how can they keep this up?
Yeah, I've got two things I'm observing right here. I think we were hoping for a frag grenade right there. Unfortunately, though, that player is going to fall. I think that's Seitao able to get the kill right there on the Bulldog player. Mangler and some spike grenades. But I think maybe a little bit of self-sabotage right there as that player falls again down at the Bulldog spawn. But, excuse me. One of the things I was noticing from Just Mark earlier, and I think it's an observation I might have just made here, that player was having a lot of X and Y axis movement. It looks to me that that player may or may not be a keyboard player. So I think we might have seen our first mouse and key in this tournament so far. I'm not entirely sure. For those of you in the chat, you may know this player better than I do, so let me know if that is accurate, but I think that could be definitely a skill set if that is accurate. The Palpatine grenades in the hands of Mark, of course. Only one death on the field for his team. His teammate, though, Sadsto, 5 kills already. We saw this earlier in our Streets game, right? They started really strong. We just needed to follow that through. I felt like there was a lack of follow through and we let this snowball in the favor of Fate & Co. But if you get this lead, this is what you and I talked about, Brandon. Start strong and finish strong.
Absolutely. Sadsto with the Mangler in hand, making his way into bar. We saw somebody get pinged there earlier, so he is searching, and it looks like his teammate able to give him some information of where that man is. It's going to be a trade. That's unfortunate because he was already weak, but I think he got shot in the back right there by Seitao. So Just Mark trying to stay alive right here. If this man is on mouse and keyboard, I like those shots, but he is going to fall to Seitao. Fate back on respawn right now, and he's making his way towards market. He's throwing some nades into lockers as he sees somebody, and he's on the prowl. This man is looking to put the pressure on. Finally going to elect to back down a little bit, but as I say that,
wow,
the pressure being given back, and that is going to be a trade.
That was an interesting trade from Fate right there. I thought the commando opt right there where he was going to go try to pick that up and turn around. It looked like he was able to get a singular hit of headshot damage and then close that melee right here. But killing Seitao right there on the opposing balcony did open the opportunity for Mark to get these rockets right here. So again, I haven't felt like Mark has been playing exceptionally strong, but getting these rockets is worth 1 life anyway. On the other hand, you need to survive with them. So unfortunately that death right there, Saitao is going to be able to rotate right down, look at these spike grenades, and I believe get a rocket in hand. He is. It's going to leave the Mangler down there and out of play. We're going to fire the rockets quickly. We got a little bit of a pucket rocket situation going on right there in the POV of Saitao here. He's going to try to stay alive. It looks like he's got shots from a player who's going to be at the dynamo grenades as well as a player on the opposing balcony. But in good luck here, we turned over that Mangler, we got rockets, and now we've traded it in for a Bulldog.
Absolutely. I want to shout out Sadsto because this man is doing it all right now. He's got 9 kills, and I believe he's got a Bulldog in hand. Wow. Grappler and spike grenades. He's going to grapple himself over towards the overshield. Looks like he's going to pop that in his chest and pick up his last grapple, make a fast move around the map. I like this, but he is leaving his teammate behind. He's going to have to do it all alone, but he gets the double beat down right there. Seitao, see you later. Where's Fate? Let's find him. Looks like Just Mark has some information. Good shock nades right there. I believe his enemy is weak, and he is one shot the spike grenade, able to do the damage that is necessary. Grayson, the guy's looking pretty right now. Can they keep it up?
I am not entirely sure, but this is the best form of the guys that I have seen yet. We had talked about how they've been progressing throughout this entire tournament right here. Seitao with a nice kill and a Just Mark, but I would like to note that Mark is 2, 4, and 4, so his teammates 11 kills. He's contributed, of course, to 4 of those. Sadsto, unfortunately, going to fall again, 11, 1, and 3 now, but still leading. This is what I'm going to call the spirit bomb effect. I don't know if chat is loving these guys. I don't know if they've got moral support at home. Somebody ended up slamming an energy drink right here, a wink, wink, Red Bull of Canada. I just don't know. But this is a different form of these guys, and it's been progressively better each time. It's feeling to me like we hit a Super Saiyan Blue.
You love to see it, especially right there. Good headshot out of Sadsto. They are feeling themselves. They're getting hit with a Mangler from the top, and they had no idea this man was there. They're both weak. One's going to go down. This man's trying to get away with his life and get his shields back. It looks like he's able to put the spike grenades in the right place to keep this guy off his back for just a second, and it looks like they actually have an opportunity to collapse here. He's got somebody in bar, laying some good shots, but this man does have a Mangler, so good to value your life and back down for a second. No reason to run into this room and 1v1 the man with the Mangler. anger because it never ends well. Unfortunately, though, not able to get away and find an effective route to keep his life. And now, Seitao in a position to potentially get these rockets. He sees that the Bulldog is on respawn. He's going to pick that up and he's going to use this to make himself in a better position to probably grab these rockets. But as I say that, he's making his way up the bar and maybe he's looking to get a stiff drink.
You know, I've been giving a little flack to Mark here, but I really feel like Sadsto pretty overly aggressively challenged when he spawned and pushed through the lockers over towards the truck, towards the overshield there. I feel like Mark is, at least in terms of just being a warm body, is taking up enough of the field to enable Sadsto to take some challenges right there. Saitao and Fate were able to double team that player over towards... We didn't even get to touch it. Of course, we have it in the hands of Saitao now. And although I think Mark is turning over quite a few deaths comparatively that he shouldn't be turning over, I think that there is definitely some good synergy between the two players and that it's helping Sadsto as we move throughout this year. We've got shots on the opposing player. He is going to be trying to rotate back into the palm. It looks like we were hoping to use maybe a thrust right there, or excuse me, a grapple in the POV here of Fate. He hit one Mangler shot, I think one BR shot as well, and he's wisely backing down, right? We have now, for the first time in this series, eclipsed the lead over to guys 15-14, under 6 minutes left on the clock, so we've broken this halfway point right here. Fate already leads the series 2-0 with another kill and a just mark. I mean, this could be the turning point, Brandon. I think the snowball might be melting.
Indeed, 16-15 right now, 1 point lead in favor of Fate and company. They have brought it back, and it looks like momentum is on their side as they were down by quite a few. Shock nades being placed into the market, but he's going to be able to get his life. And actually, he's going to come out, he's going to challenge. He lays a ping down, and yes, great teamwork right here. That's a 2-kill swing in favor of Fate and company. Now they're looking pretty to close this series out 3-0, but can they keep this up? As we saw the guys, they're performing this time around. Let's hope that they can bring this back.
You know, one of the things I keep consistently seeing from Fate and Co. is how absolutely frustrating they have to be to play as players, right? We've got a dynamo grenade always coming in from somewhere. We have the thrust, so even if you're winning your fight, I'm going to be able to jet back out of it. We've had Bulldog in control of these guys every single time, including the times where they die and turn it over. Beautiful, perfect, though, out of Fate as he's able to pick up that nice double kill. It is just frustrating gameplay that I think is setting them apart on this match. I think the guys played really strong at the beginning, and we saw earlier in Fate's POV where he was doing individual mangler shots of damage jumping around in a locker. That's frustrating, and it emboldens Saitao to be able to pick up 2 or 3 kills on his life. It's those little micro plays that I think are really separating these guys.
Ooh, I love that little slide in there into Bulldog and getting the kill onto the man that was holding the Bulldog itself. That is huge. It looks like he's getting pressed again, and unfortunately he is going to go down to Saitao. Saitao playing his life very well right there. And off of respawn, it looks like Fate able to spot the enemy across on the opposite palms. Now looking to lay some nades into locker as he knew that player was going through there. Easy cleanup right there. 24-16. One more kill to seal the deal for Fate and company.
Well, one more kill came very quickly here. We talked about a clean sweep in our match number 1. We've got a clean sweep in our game number 2 here. Beautiful. A 3-0. I mean, about as efficiently as possible. And then on the other hand, I gotta say, I think our Spirit Bomb came close to effect right there. I really liked what I saw out of the guys at the end. It was the closest we'd seen them initially, and I think there was improvement across the board.
Yeah, to be real, right? The tell was very similar for game 2. Game 2, our red team started hot. They were red hot, but they definitely petered out. That's unfortunate because Fate and company, they come back strong and they definitely delivered right there. Game 3 going in their favor. That's a clean sweep of our red team and of our blue team. And so yeah, congratulations to Fate and Saitao. That is a 3-0 win. And Grayson, go ahead and break some of these stats down for me.
You know, I mean, I think it just speaks for itself right here. We see Sadsto with considerable less shots hit, which was actually something I was concerned about as we were seeing just Mark do. I was curious to see if I was accurate in saying that Mark was doing a considerable amount of the damage in some of the gunfights and Sadsto was coming to pick up. You do want your teammate to pick up your damage on your kills. On the other hand, you do need him to do some damage. It looks like the damage dealt is relative, but the amount of shots fired and shots taken was considerably less for Sadsto. So I think he was a little bit less involved in some of those gunfights that he could have been. On the other hand, look at Saitao breaking 5,000 damage just by one, just a hair, but 5,000 damage is definitely considerable. So, I mean, the team with the most kills did the most damage, took the most damage. Kind of lines up.
Absolutely. Guys, we're down to the semifinals. There are only 4 teams left in the single elimination bracket. Just a reminder, these teams are playing for the winner take all prize. That's 200 Canadian. That is 2 separate 3-month Xbox Game Pass Ultimate codes, and that is 2 4-packs of Red Bull and a couple of swag from Acquire and Calgary Halo. Guys, don't go anywhere. We're going to be back with round number 3 in moments. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back because it is the semifinal times in the Calgary Halo Wild West Wednesday tournament. This is 2v2, and we're going to be seeing Fate and Company versus Shopping Mall Streakers. Grayson, what do you think about this matchup, man?
This is a great series. I mean, we're headed into live fire for our map number 1, right? We've only seen, I think, live fire once previously in this tournament. We saw, I think it was a coupled, of course, the sniper rifle spawn with an overshield, and I know that sometimes that power-up is a little bit liquid given how interesting Halo Infinite is in custom games. So we might see a camo there, we might still see the overshield, but Fate has performed really well, and I'm far less familiar with the Shopping Mall Streakers roster. So I think that this could definitely be a pretty fun match to see.
Absolutely, I'm expecting big things from this match, but this is semifinal, and there's another match on the other side of the bracket. That's Sabinati versus Corrupt. I hear that they're in Game 4, so that sounds like it's a heated series, and I'm excited to see who the winner of this matchup that we're about to see on TV, on stream. I'm excited to see who's going to compete. On board right now with Fate. This man has a sniper rifle in hand already. We're 25 seconds into this match. It's 2-1 right now in favor of Fate and Company. No surprise after we saw them kind of run through the last team, but my man has a chance to get some easy cleanup kill right there on Pat.
Yeah, we saw Pat spawning back A right there. One of the notable things we saw off the rip right there was that there were immediately 2 dead. We transitioned in as the shields were recharging. Overshields is going to fall, though. Saitao with the 2 perfect headshots on the Mangler. I think a little bit of damage might have come from Fate previously there. I think a little bit of splash damage from a grenade or maybe a BR shot right there. We see Door Dizzle on the right-hand side pushing towards that C ramp right here. So what this tells us is there's going to be a player, unfortunately, challenging into 2. Fate with another kill into Door Dizzle, most likely a Mangler melee coming in there, or some combo of just 2 teammates putting them down there. We see that player spawning at the back of the mud, and I like this rotation from Pat below. We're going to get the heat wave, or the meat wave as Onset affectionately refers to it as. I like that he's playing it slow. They're not too terribly far out of this. We're right headed to the 2-minute marker. We're a minute and a half in. 3-6, I mean, that's double the score, but this is not a considerable deficit. And both of these teams have made it very far throughout the bracket, earning their seat. We're in game number 1 and round number 3. I mean, this is, as we head further into this tournament, these are the players that belong here.
Yeah, I'm definitely liking what I'm seeing. It looks like they're trying to play off of each other. Now it looks like they're going to have a chance to collapse on this guy right here. Pat with the good shots to take out Saitao, but the assault rifle is going to be the demise of Saitao right there. Door Dizzle. I love the assault rifle plays. Myself, I love picking that weapon up and then having the opportunity to take out Fate as well. Now, rewarded with the sniper rifle, he's on Snipe Tower. He's going to make his way over towards Overshield. He's going to rotate with his teammate there as they're looking to pick it up, and he gets the headshot. Beautiful shot right there.
Those are big kills. I mean, considering how hard sniping is in Halo Infinite, couple that with guaranteeing your teammate a power-up right there, that was a really big kill. We've got a player sitting in the top drop. The beautiful shots come in, though. The 4 are going to hit, and the no-scope hits as well. Not only was that a body shot, I believe that player was broken from a collapse previously from the Overshield's teammate. So that was perfect synergy between Pat and Door Dizzle. We've talked so much about how capable Fate was in the free-for-all and how great Saitao was, coupling all the way from MCC into Halo 5 and into now, but I think the roadblock might have been hit right here. Pat Spankum and Door Dizzle, that was a fantastic showing from him. Went for the 2-piece on the no-scopes, but the shots hit anyway. We had the time to why. We didn't even drop the weapon. Killing spree out of Door Dizzle. This is a good look, Brandon.
Absolutely, Grayson. I hear the excitement in your voice, and I think it is granted. I think we're in for a high-tier match right now. It is tied 9-9, 2 down right now for Shopping Mall Streakers, and Fate and Co. looking like they're able to get the map presence that they're looking for.
Yeah, Fate pushing down to bottom green here. I like this. They're trying to hold it. We've talked a couple times about kill zones in this game, right? And that's pretty much just positioning your teammate to do direct damage. You can do a little bit of a drive-by on the side. You can get a little bit of extra shots put in on the side here. We do see the exclamation point showing up from Saitao, so it looks like he was either taking a shot or giving one. That's one of the cool things you can see in the feedback in the spectator mode here. But all of a sudden, we have 2 bottom mid. I'm guessing Saitao probably hears that. Of course, he does. Maybe guessing it's a shortcut push or it's coming from C-Plat here. Great shots from the heat wave, though. That leaves Fate pretty much 2-shot right here. Pat Spankum is going to fall 3-2-5. His teammate 6-2-5 right here. So just narrowly in a deficit right here. Fate though, fighting a player in the shortcut. I really like the use of the repulsor right there, but I don't think he knew it was going to send that player so sky high. I think both those players a little uncomfortable with that engagement and forced to break it up a little bit.
almost right, and it looks like Seital going to be able to walk away with the overshield if he's going to be able to get his shields back right here. His teammate doing a good job distracting, and so it does look like he is able to get a kill as well as the overshield. He hasn't popped it yet. We've referenced this in the past games. You do have the opportunity to wait and utilize this overshield at the opportune moment, and it looks like Seital thinks this is now. Nice little body shot, headshot combo, turns around, pays it back. That's a double kill right there for Seital, my man, looking pretty in top mid.
Unbelievable. We saw a beautiful series of no-scopes to originally secure the initial overshield. We then see another beautiful series of overkills right after, or another beautiful series, excuse me, of no-scopes there to secure that overshield right there. So, I mean, whatever you do, I can do better. It's like we're 6 years old again. I mean, it's just, I'm going to do what that other player has done. We're going to be on board, though. This is Fate. He's got the Mangler in hand. I think maybe a Ghost Melee hit right there. It looked like he did hit that lunge, and it drew him towards that player. I'm a little curious why that player who's in shortcuts didn't come back out and try to take him when he was damaged. We see a little bit of the disrespect from Fate right there. He's trying to push that player spawning in the back of the garage on the garage pillars right there. I think he was exactly aware and a little bit curious about that play exactly as I was.
Yeah, you know what? I think I'm getting a little insight into the minds and the games of Fate and company, right? Because we've seen them start slow, but they somehow always creep back in, and then they really snowball into the victory. And I think we know why. I think they're getting in the heads of their enemies. It looks like Dizzle is going to be able to take down Fate right there. So nice job, you know, minimizing the blow so far. They are down though, 20-11. This thing was close literally 2 minutes ago. Now it is a 9-kill lead in favor of Fate and company, but Shopping Mall Streakers doing everything they can to get back into this. But Pat looks like he's in a bad situation, hoping maybe that his enemy is going to go for the sniper rifle instead of him, but no. Fate putting down the pressure and coming and collapsing on his enemy. It is now 22-12, a 10-point lead in favor of Fate and company.
That was a great kill, and I like that we tried to use the deployable cover right there. He's going to stand on that overshield. It's interesting that he triggered it right when he picked it up this time. We saw a great G-slide over there towards the overshield as well. Again, talk about high-tier mechanics that players can use to set them apart from other like players. We've got damage on this person who is going to be tower 2. We do see him rotating towards the elbow. You know, of course, this player cannot see that, so that was a great read on that player. That's going to be Fate able to take out a kill. That's Dizzle who's going to fall. And we see Seital in bottom mid right here. And it looks like he's awarded a kill on a Pat Spankum as well. What was, as you had said, Brandon, a tied game, 24-12 with 5.5 minutes still left on the clock. This ran away for Fate and Co.
Absolutely, steak is on the table. Serve it up. Medium rare right here for Fate and company, because my man Fate looking really good. Nice even distribution of kills right there. 12 and 13 for Fate. So definitely a very commanding lead there in the second half of live fire, and definitely a very snowball win as we have seen them pull off in the last 3 games.
You know, I don't know if you've ever tried to like cold start like an appliance, like a chainsaw or like a lawnmower, right? It's kind of painful. Like it takes a minute, and then as soon as you get it on, your lawnmower still mows the grass. The chainsaw still cuts down the tree. It's still devastating and powerful to what it's fighting against. That's what I'm seeing out of Fate and Seital. You said it in the previous series. They had to build a snowball, but all of a sudden it was rolling downhill and it was hitting. And I think we've just realized that they're a cold start to a chainsaw. I mean, that was brilliant gameplay that was originally neck and neck. We saw that 10 kill mark and they ran away with it.
Absolutely, Fate and company, it takes them a couple of pulls on the starter to get going, but once they do, it gets out of control really fast. We are going to see them move on to Recharge. I love Recharge Slayer, in my opinion. I love the camo plays, the potential, the rifle. You know, those 3-shot bursts. If you land them all on the head, it counts as a perfect. It's a single shot. I've seen some people really want to contest that being called a perfect because it's a single shot, but I like it because it is a very difficult thing to do. But if you do it, it is very pleasing.
As do I. And, you know, one of the things that we'd seen in the previous series when I was with Frag out here was Porky J hit a nasty combo. So we had a grapple hook. I don't think the camo came into play. I think his teammate might have actually been baiting with it. But Porky J ends up getting a really nice double kill from sitting at the top of the bat ledge. Grabs the grapple shot that's just on respawn, swaps to a sword, and then spawn traps both of them as they spawn on C-steps. I mean, it was brutal. And we actually had to take a moment during the cast to figure out what was happening because Porky just stood still. And we realized that he was game capturing the clip of the spawn trap, and it made me laugh because we got to see a little bit of the emotion from that player. It's so interesting when you've seen these names operate in the sphere for so long, you can kind of read on what that guy's doing. Oh, Titan standing still after an overkill. He's probably clipping that. That's going on Twitter. Same with Porky, right? And it's fun to get to see some of that personality bleed through into the gameplay. I'm hoping we get a great as a show as we did last time. This map is so fun.
Grayson, I could be wrong, right? But is it not an Xbox achievement to like, hit a clip and then go back and like record something? Isn't it like a clip that achievement? I don't know. But nevertheless,
I think
right?
it is.
Very impressive. And I want to say this. We saw yesterday in the HCS Pro Series out of Mexico, we saw a player literally clean up a match. I believe it was ADSO with the pulse rifle, I think is what it's called, or the shock rifle. And dude, overkill, all perfect headshots. I think the fourth might have been like a combination of like somebody weak and partial body shot, but still very impressive. I wish I could understand what the casters were saying because they were hyped, and I do want to shout them out because I love seeing Halo Infinite playing at a high skill in different regions around the world. So this is something that is beautiful that the HCS team has set up. So I want to thank them for that. And speaking of different regions, right, most of the players here in this tournament are from Canada, and I would love to take a quick moment to shout out our Canadian sponsors. We do have Red Bull, the Canadian version, right? Not version, but the Canadian division. Same with Xbox. We have Acquire, Pepper.gg, the tournament organizing platform. You guys go to that bracket, check it out, give the site a look, play in one of their other tournaments, do whatever you want to do. Shaw and Jack Links as well. But as I say that, we're getting into game number 2. Fate and Company leading the series 1-0 right now. This is game 2 on Recharge, and I'm looking to see Fate and Company continue that snowball.
Big kill from Saitao, though. Of course, we haven't seen that camo picked. I don't love that we didn't opt for a G-slide right off the rip right there, but that's a considerable win for Dordizzle. But unfortunately, the player that they killed initially now went to waste because he was able to spawn, not only get the shock rifle, and hold that height advantage. If we see a good nade bounce right here, this could stop the camo, but that's Pat with a beautiful grenade bounce on what I think is too aggressive of a challenge right there on that player coming from the V-box. I thought that camo should have gone in favor of the other team, maybe a little bit overeager, but now Fate has camouflage, repulsor in hand as well. We're going to play it slow. We're at the bottom of blue pipes. We don't know where that other player's coming from. We're going to try to get the read. We see Saitao fall on C-plat, so we know somebody's coming. We're baiting that energy sword, and we're waiting it out.
Yeah, this is something that we haven't seen very often for Fate and Company. Forced to play their life slow, right? Normally they're pedal to the metal, but Fate with the invis looks like it's probably going to get wasted completely, but he has waited his life enough to grab the sword and get the back smack more than likely on Dordizzle up there in computers, and now he's making his way with some movement tech. I believe it's the repulsor and the sword. He thought he knew he was up in the top elevator. He actually was, but he didn't see him. But wow. Saitao, doesn't matter. You distract him, I hit the perfect shots. This is how it's done, baby. 2v2. This is teamwork at its best.
Very interesting that Saitao opted to swap to the Commando right there. We see the green gun and the Commando in the hands. I mean, obviously, again, a Commando brutal if it's in the hands of a skilled player. Case in point, Saitao has it. He is going to swap back to that battle rifle right there, and I think that player probably spawned on C-plat or rotated through. That's Pat Spank if he was able to get that kill. He's feathering against another player in the C-sneaky, but Fate ZD says, I do not care what movement you have. I just need 4 shots to hit home, and they're gonna.
All right, Grayson, I want to see Shopping Mall Streakers give Fate and Company a little bit of their own medicine. Fate and Company starting out on top in this game. I want to see Shopping Mall bring this back. It's going to have to be slow. It's going to have to be steady, especially because the sword is in the hands of Fate right now. He's making his way towards long haul. It looks like he knows somebody's there. He's able to put down some good shots, gets the kill. Battle rifle only, sword still fully charged. Now, finally, a kill right there. Killing spree for my man Fate right now. And he has 20% actually left in this sword.
You know, that's just something you can't afford to do. I think Dordizzle actually might have been able to get out of that challenge right there if he'd hit the clamber on that jump box right there into the top of the attic right there. I just... When you're this far through a tournament, there's micro mistakes. You can't afford to do that. I mean, missing a jump, let alone not even a skill jump, is a pretty big deal right here. We're on board with Saitao, though. He's trying to hit a skill jump of his own, and see, it looks like he's going to hit that. Unfortunately for the opposing team, they may be struggling to hit regular jumps, so we've got a skill jump on the opposing side. 9 minutes left on the clock, leading 9-5. Dordizzle, though, says, don't care about my jump. At least I can hit my shots. 2 great shots, though, and not even a hold this. We're going to keep the Mangler in hand, goes for the reload. I love the discipline. We're making sure everything's reloaded. We're double-checking down here. Just checking. I'm not even entirely sure what that was for. Maybe touching a little bit of extra BR ammo, trying to make sure we have everything we have at our disposal here. But now the sword in hand, the Mangler left in control too.
Yeah, perhaps trying to force a spawn or something like that, being quiet on the map. Nevertheless,
Wow.
still impressive shots right there. He kills Dizzle, still with sword in hand. I believe this man has not died in the last, I don't know, 3 minutes. He's clearly on a spree right now. 7-7 on the board for Seital and Fate right there with the nice feed down.
Yeah, this is very efficient gameplay here. I would like to see the camo make a little bit more of an appearance here because, of course, the sword is going to spawn in tandem with that camo, right? So you've got two things you can really fight for. Most players, and I would agree, would opt to pick the camo first, then rotate through the repulsor, probably the blue pipes, and grab that. But that player, that's Dizzle, is going to make it through bottom mid, and we see Seital otherwise occupied in the back of gold pipes right there. So he is going to get pretty much free reign to run away right there. We see Fate's X on the map, but unfortunately, that player's going to fall. Pat Spankum is going to be the player that's going to go down. Dizzle, on the other hand, at least still does have camouflage. So Seital with, of course, our beautifully textured Banished Weapons. Once again, I love the way that these look, but I don't think the look of the weapon really matters, considering that camo's going to hit you. We went for the grapple. Dizzle, camo, and the shock rifle.
Yeah, this is what you want to see when you have something that puts the momentum in your favor, like camo. You have to make the plays. He makes the play, able to get the mangler, but you know what's better than the mangler in short-range competition? The sword. My man has the sword still. Has he died, Grayson? I'm not even sure.
I don't think since the last time we spectated, I don't think he's died. I think the livability. Dizzle, though, with a beautiful, beautiful nade bounce to take that player out. He was able to guess that that player was going to try to abuse that sword here. We have 10 kills separating him, just under 7 minutes left on the clock. A little bit of team damage comes in, I think, unfortunately. Maybe trying to forecast a challenge there, but that's Dizzle, able to get a nice pick with the sword right here. We've talked about it in previous series, where other players that I think may be less technically skilled in individual gunfights can still outplay the opposing team because of knowledge, because of awareness, because of using the right weapons here. That's what this team's going to need to be doing. I think they're taking too many 1v1s with shots down, case in point, but that sword can be such a good equalizer.
Absolutely, Fate putting the shots that matter right there. He's got his team up right now, 22-9. Looks like steak is on the table again, potentially. These guys, they got to be full, man, because they've been having steak all day here.
We got a very healthy buffet here in Calgary. Of course, we've got our Red Bull, right? We've got our Shock Communications. We've got our jerky links that we're eating. I mean, we've got a pretty nice diet right here, if anybody happens to be interested. We got beautiful shots, too, from Dizzle. 4 perfect shots on that player who's going to be pushing top A. Unfortunately, though, look at that synergy, right? We keep talking about different things that are contributing and not contributing. Beautiful, beautiful shots on that player who's pushing through that overhang right there. I liked the follow-through, but it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, as much as Halo Infinite is about skill, it is also about teamwork. And you can see on the scoreboard, plain and simple, the team in red is having better plays between the two of them. The assist, there's 4 for Fate, 2 for Seital. When we look at the other side, we got 1 for Pat Spankum and 2 for Dizzle, and even moments ago it was 1 and 1. So I need to see a little bit more teamwork. They can work on that, right? It's 23-13 right now. It may be too far gone in game 2, but this is a best of 5. There will be a game 3, and so I want to see shopping mall streakers work on that teamwork and come back and hand it to Fate and company.
You know, I was pretty impressed. That collapse into that player Whirlpool right there with the Mangler going for the melee. I mean, considering that there was no ability for those players to back down right there, I like that we went to our one melee combo there, and we were going to at least try for a miracle. And that's something that tells me a lot about the competitive integrity of the team. That wasn't a player, you and I have seen it in all of our years of observing and casting, the guy that just gets mad and stands still for the final death. We did not see that. We opted for the miracle, competitive integrity intact. We're going to another game.
Yeah, you love to see it. I always love good sportsmanship, even in esports, right? There was a little bit of teabag and whatnot. I think that's okay, right? Because that's part of the game plan for Fate and company, right? This is, you got to get into your enemy's head and then play the mind games just as much as you're playing the game that's in your hand. But yeah, Fate and company up 2-0 right now. We've seen them 3-0 sweep everybody they've played so far. So I believe that they have every intention of doing this again. As we see right now, 25-14. Seital had a killing spree. Fate had a killing spree. These guys are on fire. Headshots out of Seital, 14. This man is shooting straight.
Yes, he is. And I will give a little bit of credit where it's due to Mr. Pat Spankum here, unfortunately not doing so hot in that match. I do believe most of these players here are NA residents. Of course, this is open to the majority of NA, so US and Canada. I believe that Pat is the sole Calgary resident here. So I don't know I won't give too much credit where it's due because I don't want to excuse any gameplay, but there might have been a little bit of an internet deal, of course, given that we are now in the era of COVID Halo. So those are things you're going to have to take into account, right? Somebody's vacuuming behind you, didn't hear your call out. My internet's doing something crazy. We've seen a lot of complaints about Spectrum, for instance, right? Different things like that. There's a lot of factors that can contribute to a great player not having a great game. And so I think that that's something to note. On the other hand, if Pat's just not having the day, credit where it's due, the opposing team, of course, played phenomenally.
Yeah, if you want a good, reliable connection, something tells me you can reach out to Shaw Communications and they'll
Shaw.
hook you up. But yeah, Livefire going in favor of Fate and Company. Recharge going in favor of Fate and Company. Now, Aquarius, man. Have we seen Aquarius today on stream? I don't think that we have we?
I think it was our first map and only our first map.
Well,
so we got it right out of the pocket easy.
Yeah, Aquarius, one of my
Oh,
favorite
we jumped
maps.
into game number 2. We jumped into game number 2, so that was the first map on the docket, but we didn't even get to see that on the camera yet.
That's right. Very interesting because Aquarius, certainly a map favorite, a fan favorite, I should say, in Halo Infinite. And personally, it is also one of my favorites. It holds something dear to my heart because I once made a map that was very similar to Aquarius. It was all about the life and the greens and the trees. And yeah, Aquarius, as you can see, right, hydroponics and all that good stuff. It looks beautiful. And I love the thruster mechanic that's in the game, the camo, you have heat wave, and you have a lot of options on this small map to make a lot of good plays, to give yourself that little one-up that you need in a one-on-one.
Absolutely. And for those of us that are old heads, right, we're coming from the CE era, we're coming from the Halo 2 era, right? I don't know if it can truly be called a spiritual successor to midship, right? But you've got your pink side, you've got your car side, your P1, your P2. You'll hear a lot of those call outs. You'll hear a couple of narrows ones. Sometimes you've got L1 and L2, R1 and R2 as well. Of course, we are going to go into yellow util. This is the POV of Fate ZD here. One of the interesting things about doubles is that in fours, you would see a lot of players rush the front of their base to get that thruster that Brandon was talking about here. In fact, you see the phase roster, drop the front of their base rather than challenge camo. A player will actually go for that thruster here. We're going to see a player fall in the kill feed, though. This is going to start already 2 up in the favor of Fate and Co. Camo not going to get picked yet. It looks like they're trying to find out this other player. We're going to use one of the thrusters to pick it up. The 5 seconds that they waited for that player to respawn, Brandon, what does that tell you about how much these guys have already put time into Halo Infinite? That they waited 5 seconds to trigger that camo. Only 5 seconds, but they bought their utility that they were already going to have. They extended its lifespan a small amount.
Yeah, man. All that tells me is these guys are sweaty and they're ready to win. Speaking of winning, Fate with a double kill with the heat wave and the camo. This man is dangerous, and he doesn't have any movement tech right now. But I do want to point out, right, one player at the beginning of the game dropped down for thrust, while the other player that was challenging for camo had the shot grenades, and the guy that with the movement tech has to back down, right? Because those shot grenades, that's the purpose that they serve here. They slow you down, and they are a deter for this movement tech.
100%. The Schmeat wave is our, of course, our Mr. Onset would call that. Fate, though, able to just send all the way around the map. But look at that. For those of you that are just joining us, of course, you can actually see what the respawn timer is on the tech that's across the map here. Another beautiful G-slide. We love this forward momentum, this movement tech that we keep seeing. Of course, I think there might be a little interchanneling of a Shyway YouTube video here or not. But we're going to be sending down towards this player that's bottom P1. But that's the bad side of that. We saw a little bit of body disrespect right there. But you can overcommit to a gunfight if you, G-slide into combat, which is not necessarily great. The Shockwave, though, allowing Saito to pick up that kill that I believe his teammate had damaged at the bottom of that P1 on the P-ramp right there. So definitely turning out in the favor of Fate and Co., but that was a pretty aggressive over-challenge on top mid, and all of a sudden, although Fate's got camo, that was a nice kill from Pat Spankum.
Absolutely. Camo plays for days here for Fate. He's top mid. He's going to grab the thruster pack. He's got 5 to use in the situation, but doesn't need it right here as this player has no idea that he's there. Lays some good shots. Communicates to his teammate that this man is one shot. But lo and behold, the man runs straight to you, and so does his teammate. That's a double kill for Fate and some extra baggage to go along with it.
Yeah, I don't really, we had the food analogies this whole time. We do see a grenade coming in towards the top of the blue util, but I guess you got to tenderize your meat now. First off, we were getting steaktaculars. We were talking about it medium rare. I guess they're making sure that they play with it a little bit more before they eat it, but great damage onto that player who is going to fall. I believe that was Fate able to get a pick onto Door Dizzle, if I am not mistaken here. That was that player that was going to fall car 1. One of the things that I would like to see, and I think we might just be missing it here, is either Saito or Fate retreating consistently to go back and pick up those shot grenades, because those are also on a timer that I personally think is a little too quick. But while that is the current game setting, you want to abuse everything that's abusable in the game. We see those shots from that player coming down car 1. The thruster pack, the movement tech comes in. We see more and more body disrespect. A killing spree reversal perfect from RPOV of Fate ZD.
Yeah, Grayson, I think what we're witnessing here is a team that had a little trouble starting each match, but now they are hitting stride and they're doing it at the opportune time because they are halfway to the grand finals in this tournament, and I do believe that they are looking ready to take on whoever they're going to face on the other side.
Do you hear that, Brandon? Do you hear that in the background? You smell that smoke? That's the cold started chainsaw. The chainsaw is now running fully. I made the analogy earlier. These guys are out in force. The crouch strafe does come through very, very clean, but unfortunately Doordizzle is going to fall. And we get another double kill. The synergy between this team is unmatched. It's just brilliant Halo at this tier.
Absolutely. Gets the double kill, now set up very nicely for the camo. Knows that the enemies are making their way into the util. He's going to lay down a couple shots. Ooh, but great nade right there out of Pat Spankum. And now that's going to give Fate enough time to pick up the camo. It looks like he's got heat wave and camo, so this man is dangerous. But Pat Spankum, look at that. Outplays 2 of them, and he gives it back. Look at that. I love it.
That is classic Halo at its finest. Saitao, though, winning a pretty big engagement there, considering he should have been shots down against a player that otherwise had a height advantage. And unfortunately, that player dying, that heat wave is now back in the hands of the other team. That's Fate ZD. We lost our Predator combo, but we still got the gun. So we're going to be rotating towards the yellow fridge here. We're looking towards the yellow P-stairs there, and we're going to hit our G-slides. Saitao potentially giving us a call out here. A good preemptive grenade, and I like that we're going to back down here. Of course, rather than going for a little bit of showboating here, we're going to try to stay alive. That's Saitao with a pick on to Pat Spankum, and we are guessing that that player is going to be on the jump up. He is. We've got damage. We don't need to chase. Saitao should be in here for the follow-through.
Absolutely. Looks at one route, says, nah, probably not the right route. I got the heat wave, and I should slow play this a little bit. Nice little bank shot right there for the kill. And it's now 21-8, Fate and Company up 2-0 in this series, and they are knocking on the door of the finals.
Wow, another great pick, though. That was going to be from top car all the way to top P here. I love that they're holding this car side, right? You've got the ability to hold that balcony and block off anybody who's going to be jumping up, because as opposed to P side, where you can just sprint up, you have to give a couple seconds to mantle up to the top of car. Not only that, but you've also got your shot grenades as well. So although they know they have the heat wave, that's not coming up for anybody. Monopolize the shot grenades. Easy success. 24-8. This is the most brutal of these matches we've seen. Saitao in an engagement with that player who's on the opposing balcony right here. This is all she wrote. This team is headed to our grand finals, Brandon.
Absolutely steak-tacular. Once again, that's 3 times in a row. Fate and Company sealing and punching their ticket into the finals. I'm excited because this team looks like they're ready to go, and I really want to know who won on that other side of the bracket. Unfortunately, I don't have that information yet, but I guarantee you it's going to be something spicy.
Absolutely. I mean, we've got, again, this is going to be some incredible players that are going to meet. If our suspicions are to be confirmed, I know that Villains is, or excuse me, not Villains, that was going to be Corrupted, if I'm not mistaken. Corrupted and Sabinati. Of course, you've got Miss Adi, Sabinator, against Hative and Claytron Mahler, those players that came from Halo 5 and into Halo Infinite that we were not entirely sure of. But let's look at these stats, Brandon. I mean, what does this tell you? The scoreboard pretty clearly says it all. Is there even anything to break down at this point?
I think what this means is that the engine is firing on all levels. The pistons are moving, and Fate and Saitao are ready to take on Sabinati. We know that we saw Sabinati dominate in the first series here on this tournament, and now we're going to get to see them reappear against this team that has been very dominant. Sabinator, pro player. Miss Adi, very, very, very skilled player, great twos player. They are a great duo, and we have seen Fate and Saitao time and time again deliver. And so I am excited for this finals because this is exactly what I've been waiting for, right? There's been a lot of good teams in this tournament, great players, and I do believe that we got the best 4 in this finals.
I agree. I think, I mean, honestly, you said it perfectly. Miss Adi, Sabinator, you've got a pro and arguably a pro. You've got another team that's kind of staking their claim. I'm particularly impressed with with all of these Final 4 rosters right here. But I mean, of course, it has to come to a head. The top of the pyramid's here. We got to figure out who's number 1, and we will be back with you in just a moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time. It's the moment that we've all been waiting for. You're watching Calgary Halo's Wild West Wednesday, and it is time for the finals. Grayson, who do we got on deck here?
This is a killer series here. So one of the two reigning champions here. So we've got Fate and Co. That is going to be Saitao and Fate ZD. Now Fate previously had played with Porky in the previous series and ended up closing out a pretty clean victory in the previous Wild West Wednesday. On the other hand, Sabinati, who made a great appearance, steamrolled halfway through the tournament, and unfortunately Sabinator had to take a break to go play in pro scrims. Of course, he is a pro player. So, I mean, of course, you've got pretty much the two strongest players and teams that could be in here in the grand finals here. Fate and Co. versus Sabinati on board, of course, with Saitao's POV here. He's looking at that player bottom C. We've got considerable damage. We're already starting, though. Kills in the favor of Fate and Co.
Absolutely. Very bold right there by Fate to grab the rocket, but not only do that, but to continue to push forward. He must have saw a little, like a hole, like a running back, right? And he made his way through there. Now he able to take out Audi as well. This is a 2-0 lead for Fate and Company, and I want to say that this is kind of surprising, right? Like with a pro player on the team, you expect them to have a little bit of a better starting strat, but nevertheless, the damage has been minimal. It is only a 2-kill swing so far, and it looks like Sab is making a way around the map as he is moving very freely, and I like that because that means that he's comfortable still.
Absolutely, that G slide off of the generator that was cafe side is huge. Saitao with a pick on Miss Audi right there. So what we can see from this specific engagement is that they are doing exactly what you want to do in doubles. One player is occupying a sight line, the other player's kind of rushing them in the side, and then they're able to do a 2v1. So even the player that has shields down is able to get back shots on the other player. So we're seeing considerable kills, 0-4. For those of you just joining us, of course, you would know Sabinator as one of the 4 players on the G2 roster along the likes of Straight Six. So this is pretty massive here. And then, of course, you'd know Miss Audi as both a talented streamer who just hit Twitch partner and a player that arguably rotates at the pro sphere. She's teaming with a pro on purpose. So Saitao, Fate ZD, the previous, one of them is a previous champion in the Wild West Wednesdays. This is a fantastic map, number 1.
Absolutely, Fate here to defend the belt, but Sabinator has guts up. He's got something to say about it. Nice beat down right there, and finally they're on the board. It looks like rockets are coming up in 5 seconds, and Sab's got his sights on it. I believe he's going to lay down some nice shots. Miss Audi feeling frisky. She's going to move in and get the kill right there. Nice communication as that player was weak, and Miss Audi was able to move in and finish off that kill. Now, looks like Sab going to drop the bulldog from Miss Audi. Rockets in hand. He's making his way into tires. I think he knows that there's a player over near PD. He's getting shots from all over the place right now as they're both weak on B stairs. This is dangerous, but they are also very volatile as they have bulldog and rockets in hand.
Yeah, that's a really crazy aggressive combo here. I was a little worried that Sabinator was going to run away with that bulldog and the rocket launcher and opt to pretty much not keep anything else that he could use to do damage at range, but I like that. He tried to juggle it over towards Audi, of course, which is smart. You gave your teammate, of course, another huge utility right there. Obviously, Audi gave him a call if there's a player pushing towards the top of the ATMs at the bulldog spawn here, and I love this as well. Sabinator, aware of how the map is broken down, looking for a spawner that could be there, potentially one in the driveway. Audi winning a challenge of her own. We keep talking about this pull to start appliance right here, and this is exactly what we're seeing. We saw originally 0-4 in the favor of Fate and Co, but this has been my biggest complaint for Fate, was that they start strong and then immediately fall off, and I think we might be falling victim to that again. This is great forward momentum from both Sabinator and Audi, both of them winning a lot of individual challenges. We only see 2 assists across the board, while the team that's technically losing to them has 2 assists as well.
Absolutely, 9-6 now. Momentum has shifted. I want to know, Fate and Saitao, I guarantee, right, we're going to see a kill, and we're going to see the disrespect come out. Miss Audi, though, still with the bulldog, but, ooh, nice teamwork right there. Little bait and switch action, and this is exactly what you need to see in 2v2s. I like what I see on the board as well. Very even all the way across. 4 kills for Saitao, 4 kills for Fate, 5 for Sab, and Miss Audi, she's got 4 as well. Now tied up. This is getting intense, Grayson. This is game 1 of our grand finals, and I don't think that we could have a better match.
I don't either. Saitao, though, with the equalizer here, and not only that, he's actually going to push his team 1 point above the other, so we're right on 4 minutes into this match. Rockets up in 1 second here, and we're in pretty much a mirror situation. Sabinator previously with the bulldog needed to drop onto the rockets. We've got Saitao in the exact same spot. POV of Miss Audi right here. She's staying alive as she's at the bottom of the benches there, and we've got the bulldog. We're going to try to rush those 2 players, but way too overeager. They were able to bait those players out. The rocket hits. Miss Audi with the kill of her own. 5-1 and 6, of course, needs to embolden Sabinator Sabinator, and Sabinator needs to do the same thing here. But with a rocket in tow, you should be winning most of your 1v1s. I love that we've got the BR in hand, though, and we're going to try to get that kill first before we use one of our easy point-and-click weapons right here. We're going to take out that player who's going to be at the back of PD. Technically a BR kill. I'm a little surprised that rocket launcher didn't close it out, but Sabinator with a kill of his own as well on that flank. So once again, we're starting to close this gap here. Seital and Fade ZD, unfortunately, just getting bullied in exactly what you want to see in a double situation. It's a 2v1 and then a 1v1 that turns into a 2v1.
Absolutely, Grayson. You call it closing the gap. I call it schmoving. These two are moving across the map, and they're doing it well. Miss Audie looking to make a play. She knows that she has the flank, and she's able to get a couple shots right there in the back. But now, this is a pretty even fight. They're both one shot. Can she pull off the shots? No, she cannot. Fate pulling that out, but Sab right behind with the Bulldog. Doesn't need it, though. Pulls out the back smack. Excuse me, the beat down, and nice double kill right there by Sab. Huge plays out of Sabinator. Not really a surprise, though.
Yeah, absolutely. I like the commando in the back pocket here. That's one of my other favorite things that I see from a lot of players that are at a high tier. Having a secondary weapon, you and I have been in those positions here. Beautiful 4-shot out of Miss Audie. She does considerable damage to this player on the C-Balk as well. Calls in for help. We see her collapsing on this player. The melee does not connect. The shock rifle in hand. And unfortunately, that player is going to be awarded that kill right there. I did originally really like that collapse. Sabinator trying to chase this damage down, but now he has to play his own life, try to stay alive as he goes under the commando onto the driveway here. But one of the things that you can see a lot of players do that I would like to see is get yourself a secondary weapon. We've all been in that position. I'm too far for the melee range. The BR's unloaded, and this guy's got a pistol. He gets the kill.
Absolutely. Looks like rocks are going to go in the hands of Seital, and Fate has the Stalker rifle. They're moving. They think that the enemy team is here in PD. He's searching, but there's nobody here because we have the observer mode. Seital, though, with the rockets still slow playing things. This is a great opportunity for them to get some momentum back in their favor. And meanwhile, Sabinati, knowing exactly what is going on the other side of the map, they know that the enemy has the upper hand, and they're taking their sweet time over in C.
Absolutely, we can keep our distance here. We have the lead. It makes for a slower game to watch, but of course, when money is on the line, that's what you have to do. These kills, or these maps rather, are going to close out at 25 kills as opposed to the 50 previously that we were toying with in the initial Wild West Wednesdays tournament. This is our V number 2 here. Rockets in the hands of Seital, though. He's in tires, wisely trying to stay alive. But this is a difficult spot that you get into, Brandon, because this other team has the lead. You are going to be forced to push. Now, I'm not entirely sure which of the two teams has the Bulldog here, but that could also make a monster play here. Like that, we're checking our corners, looking for this player. It's going to be on the C-Balk. We're left one shot, though. Rocket in hand, takes out Sabinator. A double. Very clean. Our teammate did stay alive right there. No kills awarded for Sabinati right here. What a great way to close that gap. One kill separating them, just under a third of our time left.
Yeah, I really like what I saw with that rocket play, right? Because it was probably a solid minute, maybe even more, that this was in this player's hands, Seital, and finally gets the double kill, right? That's the perfect example of playing your life and you know, taking your time. You're playing a professional player, right? So this man, he's going to know how to operate the map. He knows that if he's down in any situation, that there's always a way back in, and he's going to know exactly how to do it, right? So being that exact opposite and really taking your time, delivering when the time comes, I like what I see right now out of Seital.
As do I, and this is, again, we keep talking about the capability of these players, and Sabinator specifically being on a true pro roster. Fate, though, has had an unanswered 4 kills right there. His teammate, of course, we saw a couple assists come through, but Fate with that Bulldog absolutely using it to its fullest potential. 3 kills separating these teams now, which was once a lead for Sabinati. We've got the Rockets in the hands of Seital as well. I mean, talk about managing, I keep saying it, talk about managing your power weapon economy. The Bulldog, height advantage. You are challenging team gunfights here. You're picking an individual player. If you're getting into an unfair gunfight, you got a rocket. Audie's able to get the trade, gets the shot with the Stalker rifle right here, but it doesn't matter because we can close this gap with the shotgun, and we can go back and pick up our rockets.
Absolutely, I love what I'm seeing because this feels like the heavyweight match that we expect in the finals. The lead has changed multiple times, and now Fate and Seital are looking pretty. 23-18. They need 2 more to seal this one off, but it's not going to be easy against a pro like Sab. Sab drops the drop shield, able to get some good shots. Now this man knows he has to get away, but are they able to put the teamwork able to take out Sab? They need to do it. They are still in striking distance for this game. Seital able to get the shots on the Sab and gets the double kill. Miss Audie goes down. Seital, clip that. That's right, because that's the end of game 1. Number 1 on the board for Fate and company as Sabinati go down 0-1.
See, there's so many, we keep talking about micro plays, and there's so many things that come into effect that Clamber right there. Had they hit that skill jump differently, that player would have been full shields to be able to turn around, and that turns into a 2v1 gunfight. Sabe left with full shields, Audi left with full shields. They immediately collapse on that one player and start to regain and close that gap. They get that Bulldog in hand, but no. The skill jump was missed 2 separate times. That Clamber right there was so impactful that it won a player a 1v2 situation. Those micro plays end up being massive.
Absolutely. We're seeing the stats right now, 14 and 11 for Fate and Satao. I like it because they're working together, and that's going to be key in 2v2s, especially in a map like Streets. I like what I see. Game number 2 in this best of 5 series, it's going to be on Recharge. And Grayson, I love me some Recharge. I keep referring to it. That Mangler and that Invis combo is dangerous. I want to see some plays for that Invis right off the bat.
As do I. I'm really curious because that was one of my criticisms for teams we'd seen prior, was that they were not hitting that instant G slide to go drop and get that camo right there. You, of course, have the opposing team spawning on the top of the A balk. You're spawning at the top of that elevator, and you've got that height advantage. But if you're able to use that movement tech, you can get away with that camo in most cases. In worst case, you burn it, and you give them 1 kill to not have to deal with camo. That's a pretty good trade, in my opinion. I'd love to see specifically Sabinator and Audie's team start, because, again, arguably the pro team, they already have backs against the wall. What is their starting strat going to be? Are we going to see the sword right off the rip? Teams often wait to use that sword. We kind of see that as like a desperate measure kind of deal. Are they going to use it right off the rip? I mean, there's so many questions and answers that I want from Team Sabinati.
Yeah, absolutely. I fully expect Sabinator to hoard everything that he can. He's going to have that camo. He's going to have grappler. He's probably going to have Miss Adi go pick up that repulsor and the sword. I fully expect them to play very greedy in this match, because in Recharge, right, there is a lot of close quarters. There are opportunities for cross-map fights, but in a 2v2 situation, I fully expect to see a lot of close quarter fights. And on Recharge, it is very important for you to keep track of where those weapons are, where those power-ups are, and where the utility is whenever it's in your enemy's hands.
100%. And that sword and the repulsor is often a really interesting combo right there, because if the sword's able to get the repulsor, that's a macro play that a lot of players don't consider because you opt for the sword first. Getting that repulsor pretty much neutralizes your neutralizer, because the repulsor is what you could use, of course, to knock the sword back, and then congratulations, I have a BR in my hand and you're 15 feet away, so enjoy standing there without a gun, and you're able to close that gap and kill the sword. On the other hand, it's dangerous because that player's able to do it. But look off the rip, there's Sabinator with exactly that movement tech that we had talked about there, Brandon, already. That is the G slide I've been referring to. We missed the back smack. That player's aware, but he gets the kill. The Mangler does not hit the shot or the melee. We have been in this game for 18 seconds. We got movement tech into a G slide to a missed back smack to get a camo Mangler up into top red. This is the start I was hoping for. Brilliant off the rip.
Absolutely, and just as I said, Sabinati playing gritty. They got all the weapons and the toys in their hands, but it is now 1-1. Miss Audi goes down somehow, and now another trade. We remain tied. It is now 2-2, and we're on board with Miss Audi. She's bottom computers right now. She's taking her time, calling out where the enemy is. There's no reason to challenge this, but she still is. Finally, it looks like Sab gonna maybe bail her out of that situation, right? Because I think that she was down a shot, and I don't think that she was willing to back down. Sab able to put an extra shot right there to get the enemy to back down, so she gets to keep her life. 2-2 still, and now we see Fate moving through computers, able to get the back smack on Miss Adi. Sab gonna take out Fate, and now it is tied still 3-3.
A player is going to fall at the front of the batteries here. We're in the POV of Sab, who won that initial engagement right there. We have 4-3, just a minute and a half taken off of our timer here. This is already a far faster start than we had in the initial game right here. POV of Miss Adi, who has been supporting Sabinator throughout all of these engagements. She drops, gives up the height advantage. Fate ZD has other plans, though. At a height deficit, able to win a BR fight cleanly against another player in, of course, the grand finals here. Sabinator already shots down, sends himself. He is, I'm not sure if he's the amazing Spider-Man or the friendly Spider-Man, but he's one of the two, and he's closing that gap.
Maybe he's the Spider-Man from Spider-Man 3. Why not?
There was no Spider-Man 3.
There was no Spider-Man 3? Oh, I'm sorry. Mangler in hand for Sab right here, able to get the good shots. No hold this time. Keeps it in his hand. No reason to pull a muscle, right? But I will say that earlier we saw Miss Adi making a pretty bold play at bottom computers. It does cost her life, but Sab able to get in there and clean things up. Now with grapple in hand, he's got the Mauler. Mangler, I should say. all the toys, like I said, playing greedy, and I fully expected this from this team, and I fully expect them to continue to move forward in this map. I want to see them tie this series up 1-1.
I am so impressed with Sabinator's commitment to calling that bluff right there. He knew that that player was going to nade inside control, so he feathered while he was visible as if he was going in, and then immediately walked directly back out and dropped towards the bottom of the Mangler box. I mean, that is about as good of a read on your opposing team as you can get. That tells me not only is there intrinsic gun skill, but there is huge awareness from that player. That's going to be Fate, though, awarding his teammate an assist. We see that fulfilled in the kill feed right there. Saitao, 3 and 5 for the first time pretty much in the entire tournament. We see that player going negative. Sabinator, 8 and 2 on the other hand, and once again, we've seen this used a lot. Players not jumping out to close any gaps right here. We're going to use the grapple shot to get these weapons here. It shows a little bit of the respect that they're giving for the opposing team. You don't know where you're going to get shot from or when you're going to need your shields to be entirely full, so they're using every tool to get every other tool.
I like it. I want to say that I keep seeing Miss Adi pushing in kind of by herself, right? And it looks like she's always expecting Sabinator to be there to bail her out, or at the very least clean things up. And so far, it's kept them close in this game, and they're still in the lead, right? But I do want to see them play a little more together. She does have 3 assists, so Sab, of course, not doing everything by himself, but he is doing very well right now. He's got 9 kills, 3 deaths, and he's got a chance to get another one, but unfortunately, it looks like, oh yeah, there he goes. He cleans it up.
Yeah, Saitao with the kill of his own. I believe he was able to pick up Sabinator right there. Adi on the respawn. 1, 4, and 6. I think you're exactly right. I think these players are contributing to each other in great fashion here. That sword almost not making it on. I like that we went for the combat evolved right there to send that sword back onto this side. Beautiful win, though, against Sabinator from Saitao. That's a huge kill. He was already a shot down right there. Fate throwing grenades at a player who he thinks might be top gold. We've got the sword in hand. Adi's going to fall. But you're exactly right, Brandon, in your assessment here. I think Adi is unfortunately getting baited, and in some cases over eagerly challenging into some different fights there. So I would like to see them definitely cooperate. I like the damage we did with the shock rifle right there, but this player is going to be sending down. Camo's going to fall. Adi with a very impactful kill, but all of a sudden we're just a second too late. We pick up the kill, but we're not there to keep her alive.
1-point game right now. I'm pretty sure that Spartan that flew through top computers was at maximum speed. And speaking of maximum speed, Sab trying to approach it, grapples up to top elevator, Mangler in hand, but has to back down, choosing to go over to computers closer to Miss Adi. I like this. They're playing together. Can Miss Adi reciprocate that and, you know, stay close and keep these guys in the game?
I like that both teams are trying to rotate towards each other. Sabinator, of course, using a lot of movement tech. We see a lot of G-slides. We've seen the grapple. We've seen Adi do exactly the same here. But sometimes they're fighting without cooperation to each other, and Sabinator goes down, tying this series here. It looks like another player was going to fall. Adi was able to get a kill of her own. I love that she's feathering on this fight right here, and she wins a fight. Absolutely, she should not have won. She was already shots down in that engagement, putting them up by 2. This is what I was hoping to see out of Adi, because we know she has incredible gun skill. I just needed a little bit more cooperation between the two players. I like that in the engagement that Sabinator went shots up for her, she was able to walk away with the 2 kills rather than he was.
Yeah, absolutely. That definitely points to a good team, and there's no doubt about it. The 16-team tournament, this is what we have left, folks. It is the grand finals. It is 1-0 as far as the series go in favor of Fate and Company, but Sab and Adi up in game 2. They're looking to tie this series up. We're on board with Miss Adi. She's got the rifle, and she's got the BR, picking up some stickies, and it looks like there is a play potentially for Camo. Enemy team going for it. Nice shots right there, but unable to finish the kill. Second player there. Good. Double kill assist for Miss Adi. This is what we want to see. Sab does unfortunately go down, but that's okay because you have the lead. It's now 18-15 in favor of Sab and Adi.
Absolutely. If there's an engagement where you have to die, your life is worth 2 players, already off to a great start. If your life is worth 2 players, and one of which who has camo, and your teammate with the power weapon stays alive, you have pretty much bought yourself everything at the store. Your $5 turned into 50 right there. That is a fantastic trade. Staying on board with Adi, though, she's got the shock rifle, and they're playing exactly the way that at least I would prefer they play. They don't need to play scared, but they need to play smart, because Fate and Co., interestingly enough, started the series at a lead. Sabinati, the players you would not expect to be down in this series, are 0-1.
Ooh, nice shot right there by Miss Adi. Gets the easy kill. 19-15 in favor. She's got shots on the other player. Has a chance to clean it up, but no. I believe Sab has a chance to clean that up as well. But look, the 2v2. The bait and switch comes in, and Sab is in trouble. He's got to back down. But Miss Adi off respawn, able to land some good shots.
Nice.
The heat off of Sab's back.
I love this here. Fate staying alive using that movement tech. I think he was trying to stay alive at the top of the pillar in the whirlpool right there, but still, I mean, doing whatever he could there. Shock rifle shots coming in from top gold. We use the repulsor to stay alive. I bet that player top red, though, is going to see us here. That is our teammate now, Saitao. So Saitao's aware of this challenge here, and he's going to try to collapse for his teammate. But of course, he has to hold that cross, right? Big damage onto that player. I believe that's Sabinator, excuse me, Miss Audi with the shock rifle right down there. Sabinator with a kill of his own. Eventually going to fall. Saitao falling as well. Miss Adi pretty much left to pick up the scraps here, but both players fully recharged.
Yeah, it looks like Miss Adi was trying to grapple up there. A little bit of a botched grapple. That's okay. 21-17 still in favor of Sabinati. I want to point out Miss Adi with 8 assists right now. She is negative as far as kills and deaths go, but with 8 assists, she is doing her part. And I want to see her continue to do so. She lands a nice little burst right there onto the enemy Spartan, but not able to get the perfect. That's okay. She's going to value her life. She's going to move to the top elevator, and she's going to rotate towards Overlook.
4 more kills to close this out. We get a nice melee trade right there, and we also use one of the shots in a power weapon. We swap over on the other hand. That's Saitao, though, but he is going to get backsmacked by Sabinator, who got a good read on the camo pull. That is going to be a massive, massive turnover for that team. That camo was going to be what they needed to go ahead and close that gap. 4 kills separating, 2 kills from closing out the game for Sabinati to put our series 1-1. You cannot afford to burn camo in that situation.
Absolutely not, but Sabinator knows the plays that count. Miss Audi has a chance to collapse, but it looks like she's going to value her life. Sabinator sees both of the enemy players, and he's likely communicating that to Miss Audi. The question is, how can Miss Audi insert herself into the situation very effectively? It looks like she wants to put some shots across towards long haul. Unfortunately, I think this was the wrong decision. She does go down, but Sabinator has a chance to make a play on the sword player.
Big.
Mangler beat down. Now sword in hand. 24-20. Sabinati need one more kill to seal game number 2.
I love the awareness from Sabinator, right? He dropped. He's going to go and try to get that repulsor. He decides he's going to end up using the grapple shot. We've got the sword in hand. So if you see anybody at a relatively close distance, Sabinator can just send in and close that gap. Damage onto that player that's going to be at the top red. I really like that we put the damage onto that player who's also C long and opted to not take that engagement considering we didn't know where that respawner was, and we are still very close in score. A good read on that grenade from the player that's going to try to hit Sab. He is going to try to stay alive, of course, and we've got the grapple shot in our hands. He would have not been able to close that distance had he not had one of the pieces of movement tech at his disposal here. So again, we talk about playing selfish and playing smart. That's what we need. Audi, though, falling in the foreground. Unfortunately, damage onto Sabinator. He's left 1 shot. 2 minutes left on the clock. This is close. This is still anyone's game, favoring Sabinati, but I could see Fate & Co. closing it out.
Yeah, Miss Audi off a respawn, going to make a move towards Camo now. Camo is up. It looks like they have a chance to make a play for it, but the enemy team is well aware that they're trying to pick up this Camo. Saitao taking out Miss Audi, and suddenly the comeback looks like it's possible. Sabinati on board with Sab. He's still alive. Miss Audi did fall, but it's 24-22. They need one more kill. Sab bottom computers. He's just peppering some nice shots across the map. Miss Audi gonna meet up with Sab, and so Miss Audi going down towards Repulsor, likely picking it up.
You know, one of the great pieces of weapon economy that we're seeing managed right here by Sabinator, not only is he sitting on a nice head glitch, Audi holding the bottom of the map, just trying to make sure that nobody can rotate behind Sabinator. They're trying to wait out this camo here. Fate with the shock rifle. What I do really like is that we have the sword in tow. Sabinator has that. So we know that we're not going to get insta-gibbed by a sword just pushing around from some other direction right here. On the POV of Sabinator, though, he's rotating bottom blue. We still have the repulsor in hand. Audi, I think, just with a battle rifle right here. Maybe a mangler in hand as well. But we have to wait this out because they are 1 kill from closing this out, but if they're able to pick off 1 player, odds are they're able to pick out 2 in this engagement, and all of a sudden our 4-kill lead is now tied 24-24. The other problem is we have just under 50 seconds left on the timer, Brandon, before Sabinati tie this series 1-1.
Absolutely, that clock is ticking, and the time for Fate & Company is quickly dwindling. They need to make a play, but they know they need to do it smart. It looks like they've rotated over towards elevator in the A side. Meanwhile, Sab literally just hanging out with the sword. He knows that he has the advantage if anybody chooses to make a play, and they're gonna have to, right? Because there's 20 seconds. Fate looks like he's got the shots, but Sab with the kill. The sword play comes in, and game number 2 goes in favor of Sabinati. Now in the grand finals of the Calgary Wild West Wednesday tournament, it is now tied 1-1. Grayson, we couldn't have asked for a better series.
Absolutely, and for the first time in this entire tournament, we're getting ourselves a game number 4. So next map following us up is Live Fire, but we're going to see a return to Bazaar. So for the first time, we're going to break that 3-map threshold right here. I thought in that last little instance there that plasma grenade might have been a friendly, and that might have been a betrayal and a kill. I actually thought that the opposing team might have not gotten that point. So I thought we might have seen that go 23-24 right there for just a second. Love to see
Yeah.
the assists out of Audi previously in that match right there. Unfortunately, definitely a couple deaths right there. As long as that was communicated with your teammate, if you are willing to be bait, then you played that great. If that was bait without your consent, you might need to have a chat with your teammate right there because your life doesn't need to mean less than theirs. But it was enough. Sabinator was able to pick those kills in those engagements, close that gap right there for them, and came back from initially a deficit.
For game number 3, we're moving on to live fire. I like this, right? Because with the sniper rifle, we have witnessed Miss Audi time and time again land headshot after headshot and take over tournaments. I believe she was in the 4v4 women's tournament last week, and she was able to run house, literally put on a training montage for people of how to use a sniper rifle. So I want to see her pick that up again, and I want to see her dominate the match. Of course, they have the momentum at this point in time. Game 1 was to Fate and Company. Now, game 2 to Sabinati. So Sabinati have the momentum on their side. Grayson, how do you want them to start this game?
You know, this is that point when if your team Sabinati, as opposed to Fate and Co., you go, is this luck or was this skill? Did the other team win this out? Do they really deserve to be here? There's a whole bunch of questions. I love to see, of course, a pretty aggressive push at that sniper rifle if you are the team that spawns in the garage, right? If you're the team that spawns on C plat and you need to rotate for that sniper rifle, use those C boxes to your disposal and have a player hit the jump box to tower 2 and hold height advantage, because if you can get that height right there, you're going to set yourself off to a great start. Interesting push though. Fate's POV, we see him throwing grenades towards bottom of pillars right there. Unfortunately, I think we went for a sniper rifle pickup and could not actually get that touch. Heat wave in the hands of Sabinati, and in the hands of Saito, he's got a mangler trying to close that gap and stop that as well. The overshield's up in just a moment here. I think these teams both trying to give each other some respect right here and play this slow.
Absolutely slow play indeed. Mangler shots coming through for Saito, but he is getting collapsed on by Miss Audi. Miss Audi able to drop in, pick up the Mangler, and potentially pick up the camo, but I do believe there, yep, Miss Audi.
Beautiful.
Nice cleanup right there. That's a 3-0 lead in favor of Sabinati.
This is the girl we wanted to see, and I really like that we opted. I'm not entirely sure if the overshields went into the hands of Sabinator or not, or whether or not it was burnt, rather. But what I did like to see is that she didn't close the gap in through the open field right there. There was no need for her to run over there, considering Sabinator had come from the bottom of the score door. So I loved that we didn't even waste the couple seconds, and we also didn't waste the chance to get shot right there by some spawner that might have gotten a lucky spawn at score door. On our POV, though, we had a player down at bottom green right here. I believe that was Audi, who was tanking a bunch of damage here. We have Sabinator with the sniper rifle and the heat wave in hand. I believe we haven't gotten the opportunity to see this in his exact hands previously in this match here. Saito with the kill. That's going to be Audi who's going to fall. But we have two power weapons in Sabinator's hands, and the headshot ends up home. Sabinator 1 for 1 in sniper shots in this POV.
Absolutely, that was beautiful. I want to see it happen again. He also has the heat wave to work with, right? So he has plenty of damage to be dealt. Can he deal it though? Miss Audi in the meantime with the Mangler. Now they're working together to get the double kill. Nice right there. It looks like one of these were able to get away. Miss Audi just gonna play her life, hang out at the top tower. Sab's doing a lot of work. Miss Audi gonna drop down like Batman and get the back smack. Nice right there. 6-1 lead in favor of Sabinati.
You know, I think we got the cat helmet on. I think we're a little closer to Catwoman right there, but the efficiency is still 100% the same. The camo this time, though, of course, different than the overshield, which we hadn't noted. That has been something that we haven't yet seen. We've seen overshields all the times this map has been played. Sabinator going for the quickscope, hoping for a Twitter clip right here in a tournament, but Saito has other ideas. He has a beautiful grenade, but Adi has one of her own. She gets the beautiful nade shot onto that player pushing the overshields, and we're just seeing the gauntlet repeat and repeat. The definition of insanity is doing the same action over and over again, hoping a different result. And we just saw 4 players die in the span of 8 seconds pushing the overshield power-up spawn right there. 2 players coming through shortcuts, holding top mid here. Sabinati with a considerably healthy lead, given that we are just over 2.5 minutes into this game.
Fresh Mangler in hand for Fate. Lands some good shots, but gonna fall to Sab. Meanwhile, Sab picks up the assault rifle, and I fully expect them to collapse on this kill. They do. Sab and Adi right now firing on all pistons. The teamwork is coming through, and in 2 seconds, the sniper rifle is gonna be in one of these 2 players' hands.
You know, I don't know. Again, we talked about baiting your teammate. We talked a little bit about luck. Of course, brilliant skill. Somehow that was a no-scope. I think that player might have hit one singular shot of the BR. It looks like we see Sab's shields recharge, so it looks like it was exactly that. Took just a tiny bit of damage in that initial engagement right there, granting him a no-scope. But what I'm seeing a lot is either less bait of the teammate or I'm seeing just better synergy between these players overall. I've thought Saitao and Fate have had incredible teamwork throughout this entire tournament. Obviously, they earned their rights to be here, but this Sabe and Audi, especially some of the collapses we saw on Tower 1 and on C Plat right there, this is a team. This is not two skilled players. This is a unit.
Absolutely. Sab with the long-range weapon, able to play multiple positions, lands a no-scope, finishes it off with the Mangler, and now going to bottom tower looking to make another play. Meanwhile, Miss Audi on the move with the Mangler. Sab making his way towards bottom mid, now over towards Invis. Invis coming up in 5 seconds. They know they need to play for it. They have a healthy lead, and Miss Audi does go down, so Sab going to elect to relocate. It looks like the camo is going to go in the enemy's hands. Can he hit the shot on the Invis player? No, he cannot, but it looks like he's probably going to have one more opportunity to do so.
We opt for the drop wall so we can try to hit the no-scope on the camo player. I love the lack of, not necessarily efficiency, but I really like the bravado and the attempt to get that kill right there. Camo, though, visible. Audi going for the challenge right here. She actually does great damage to this player, and this player unwisely swaps to the battle rifle in this challenge, although it looks like that might have been the right pick here. Audi's eventually going to fall. I think the Needler might not have been the right combo there, of course, considering that it doesn't do damage. It just eventually, of course, does a combine. We've got the great repulsor use, though, sending that player out the window. That was a nice ricochet. But what a great spawn. The singular player that was taken down in this initial engagement spawns at the back of dummies and is able to collapse. And look at that. We went for a remote detonation. So, of course, for those of you joining us, what that's going to be is if a player shoots a grenade that is on map on a respawn token, the grenade will explode just like you had thrown it. So great use of the sandbox, and the first time we have been able to see that in this tournament.
Absolutely. Looks like Fate with Mangler still in hand. They're going to slow play this. They've been slow playing a lot. I know in the last couple of series we saw them moving around the map very healthy, but now they have slowed things down. Saitao able to get a pick right there. Miss Audi is likely alone. She's near C Tower. It looks like Fate able to find her. There we go. Nice little swing of kills. Still a 6-point deficit to make up, but it can be done. How can Fate and Saitao make this happen? They have a chance right here. A little bit of a height advantage for Saitao right there, and it's going to be another kill in their favor. So now minimizing to 5 kills. Make that 4. I like what I'm seeing right now. Momentum seems like it has begun to swing.
Absolutely, and they're doing exactly what you want to do. You're pushing the other team into taking engagements before their spawner is up and hoping that you get a lucky spawn separating the two of them, and we got exactly that. We turned 1 kill into 2, the 2 into 3, and then 3 eventually into 4, and although this other team now can slow down, and that's okay, we see the mangle or be mangled world. Thank you, Druk, for your tweet. That is exactly what this has become at a pro tier. I love the footsie we're trying to play to keep that camo alive. That's going to be Audi who falls, though, and all of a sudden a game that was pretty separated in kills is now separated only by 3. POV of Saitao. He's going to refill that sniper rifle. Interesting. We even kept the old one previously. Fate able to pick up a kill of his own. 2 kills separating these teams now, and we are below, or right above rather, the 1/3 remainder of this game. So we're a minute and a half above the last third of the game. So starting to finally close these out. Like you had said, these teams playing a little bit slower. Good damage onto that player who's going to be under the nest bridge, but we gave up height too quick. Pick the kill. Saitao getting 1, and I got to eat my words. Those were 2 brilliant kills from that team.
Absolutely. It's now a 2-kill deficit. Make that one nice no-scope beat-down combo, and the heat wave was there. I wonder if he's going to ping that for his teammate. I believe Fate did pick it up. Yep, I see it in his hands. So they're going to play their angles, right? We have the sniper in hand on tower, and now we have enemies near nest. So Fate trying to pepper some heat wave shots, unable to land that, but the body shot combo right there makes this game tied up. It's 16-16.
I love that there's no question that these players deserve to be here. I also really like that we opted to look at Tower 1, right? We were continuously checking our back, because what is something we can't afford to do? Give our back to anybody, even in matchmaking. What's something we really can't afford to do? Give it to a pro team that's already tying us in a series. Give it to a pro player. You cannot afford to do that in any situation, and I love the discipline from this team. Fate, trying to push in, do a little bit of damage, give his teammate who has the sniper rifle some cover fire. We've seen great cooperation from these players to collapse on kills. In fact, I think maybe a little bit more efficiently than we see from Sabe and Audi. Sabinator and Audi both just coming out with absolutely ripping strong BRs, but again, picking up kills off of previous damage is looking real great for Fate & Co, and the sniper rifle has been an intrinsic tool for that. Let's see if we see an assist quickly. Audi, though, with the win onto Fate, already at 1 shot. We're going to collapse to try to pick up the player that was damaged. We lose that, and what does this do, Brandon? This turns over the power-up.
Absolutely, and thus the momentum. Heat wave in hand with camo. I like this. He's going to move through sneak. He's going to go towards C tower because he knows that the enemies are there. Both, though, are in close proximity, but they don't see him. Nice shot right there. Good beat down, but unable to get that. Did he do enough damage for Miss Audi to clean it up? Yes, he did. 20-19 in favor of Sabinati. It is only a 1-point game. 3 minutes on the clock. 5 kills to go for Sabinati. Now,
That was a big
Twinkler in
kill.
hand, repulsor. Puts the enemy way away, pulls out the BR. Nice cleanup right there by Misadi.
Beautiful.
And then using the tech to move up to top mid. And now she is right there with Sab. Now they have an opportunity to collapse. They thought the player was there. They locate him bottom mid. Nice kill right there. Hold this, Miss Adi says. And now 22-19 in favor of Sabinati.
Brandon, you said momentum, and they said, okay, how fast? I mean, that was 4 or 5 kills in the blink of an eye, and that was great synergy from those two. Sabinator baiting that player and pushing him bottom mid. Audi able to close the gap. I love the movement tech, sending herself top mid. The new sniper rifle is going to be up. We've got the Mangler in hand. Again, Mangler be mangled world here. We've got great damage on that player who's top mid. Saitao able to get the kill, though, and Audi with the flank. She needs to stay alive right here, and unfortunately, hold this in this scenario was not the right move, because had that Mangler been in hand, she could have baited that player on that C-box. On the other hand, we do drop it for the heat wave that's going to be bottom mid, and we rotate towards our teammate. I believe both the heat wave and the sniper rifle are in the hands of Fate & Co.
This is getting intense, Gary Grayson. I like what I see, though. Sniper in hands of Fate. Lands the no-scope. I believe he was scoped in. Somebody landed a shot on him. Able to get the kill. Now, tied up 22 wall. Heat wave in hand. Miss Adi, you go down. Now, lead in favor of Fate & Company. They need to win this, right? They need to pull this momentum back as Sab and Adi won game 2. This is game 3, folks, and this is a best of 5, so we will see at least one more game no matter what happens, but cannot land the no-scopes. Still going to get the trade. Nice right there. 23-24, lead in favor of Fate & Company.
This is huge, though. We need this player to survive. That player's not going to make it. That's going to go ahead and close it out, though. Saitao and Fate able to get the kill onto that camo player who spawned over at Dummies. That was a massive kill. Not only did they deny the power-up right there, but they were able to close that game out in a pretty showman fashion right there. That was a great end to a game.
I like what I'm seeing, right? Because this feels like a true heavyweight bout. We're exchanging blows, and these two teams, they're delivering. Game 1 in favor of Fate & Company. Game 2 going to Sabinati. Now game 3 going back to Fate & Company by 1 kill. That is intense, and I like what I'm seeing. I stand corrected. 25-23, that's okay. Saitao, 15 kills, 10 deaths. Fate, 10 and 13, but with 6 assists. This is the type of teamwork that you need to bring whenever you're playing against players of this caliber.
There was an insane amount of synergy between both of these teams in this. I was loving that it felt like an ocean wave, right? The current came in, and all of a sudden, Fate and Saitao were on a 4-kill streak, and they were operating off of each other. All of a sudden, a power weapon came up. Things flipped. The current came back out. The wave went back out. Sabinator and Audi. G sliding off everything, hitting the curb slides, 4 kills in. I mean, that was an emotive game. I could feel intensity from those players as they were collapsing together. This is an impressive series.
Yeah, absolutely. And I got to say, I'm sad that we're not going to see the sniper rifle again because I love those plays, and we saw a couple of great headshots out of both teams. Now, moving on to Bazaar. This is kind of bizarre, right? it's tough, right? In a 2v2 Slayer, I want to know, do you think these guys are going to be meeting here in the middle near market and just constantly butting heads like we saw right here on Livefire?
You know, I think we're going to see a lot of balcony to balcony because these teams are both kind of back against the wall, right? For instance, Sabinati are 1 game away from taking it out. This is it for them. This is their last shot. On the other hand, I'm giving this game and maybe this series to Fate & Co., to be honest with you. I think their teamwork at like a basic level has been better than Sabinati. I think you've got the great flashy plays out of Sabinator and Audi. Sometimes their teamwork's a little lacking, and they can do it in waves, but Fate & Co. just have the right amount of hand-holding and separate gameplay. We could see them dethrone a pro player.
Absolutely. I think the word of this match is going to be composure. Can Sab and Audi keep their composure? Can Miss Audi follow what Sab, the pro player, is telling her to do? In this situation, though, we know that Miss Audi is a very skilled player. Right off the bat, though, we're jumping on with Sab. This is game number 4 in our grand finals. The backs against the wall. Sab and Audi must win to keep their hopes alive. Because remember, this is winner take all. There's a lot at stake. $200 Canadian. 3 Xbox Game Pass Ultimate codes. That's like $45 worth of code right there. That's impressive. 4 packs of Red Bull, Acquire, and Calgary Halo t-shirts. I mean, this is not something to this is not something you play for every single day, right? So I think this is huge. Nice right there out of Seitao, and a 2-1 lead right now in favor of Sabinati.
Absolutely. You talk about the prize pool and things. I joke, of course, you and I game for free. I would love to do any gaming for money. So, of course, this is a brilliant spot to be. We go in for the melee, though. Audi able to win that with an Overshields combo, but her teammate does, or excuse me, rather the opposing teammate is able to take her out as well, burning that Overshields right there. We see that player down at the Dynamo Grenades. I think they're both aware of each other, but not entirely sure. But a beautiful series of barrage of bullets come out from both of those players to take out Sabinator. Now, Audi, unfortunately, is trapped a little bit between two players. We see Fate pinging a player at the bottom of the market on the red pillars right there. We're aware of those players spawning in the alley. They've been trading some damage here. Mangler in the hands. We've got a potential for a good series of team shots here, but the Bulldog, we're creeping. We've got this in our hand. This is Audi. She's trying to bait a player out. We're trying to be aware of where these other players are and just feed and get information here. Audi in a challenge against a height advantage, though, needs to stay alive. I like the forgive and forget and the throw and forget grenades right there. I don't know if we're going to see a little bit of splash damage. Glad she's able to stay alive right here. And we need to set up, get some height advantage, make sure we're set up for the overshield. But Brandon, there's a player at the top of the Rockets. In fact, there's two.
Yep. Miss Audi, Bulldog in hand, laying some good shots across near market. Overshield up in 4 seconds, right? So I want to see how these two teams are going to play this out. Miss Audi with the advantage. Bulldog beat down combo. Sab, though, able to get the overshield. Can he get this kill? He can. And now he gets to choose, right, when he gets to pop this overshield. No reason to pop it right now. You would just waste about 10 seconds, as this map is actually pretty big. Miss Audi over here back base, and it looks like Sab believes the enemy team is on the other side, but it seems like he is mistaken, right?
Absolutely. Another thing I want to note right there, Sabinator did something that might have looked like a visual glitch for those of you who are watching here, but I promise you that it was not. He actually animation canceled by mantling while he was equipping the overshield right there. So he successfully mantled, and then Y-Wide his gun, all of which cut out the animation time, leaving him faster to be able to shoot his weapon. So again, we talk about micro plays all the time because those things can make huge differences. Sabinator with a BR win. We see Audi rotating up towards top Rockets, just trying to be on the prowl right here. This is a great situation for them to be in because 6-4, they've got just a couple points lead. Even if both of them go down, the worst thing that happens is a tie. They're set up to get the Rockets on this height advantage here. I mean, this is about as good of a situation as it could be.
Absolutely. Sab and Audi looking to even the series. Their backs against the wall, like we said earlier. If they go down in this game, that is it. No more. Nada. But what we do have is the Rockets in Miss Audi's hands, and she's going to grapple shoot at the same time. I love it. 8-5 right now in favor of Sabinati. Can they keep this lead, and can they tie this series 2-2 and take this to that coveted game 5?
You know, I love her awareness right there. We went through the treehouse, and the first thing she does is spin around full 360. She knows if she gets cheeky backsmack with Rockets right there, that is going to be the biggest earful of comms that she's ever going to hear. So I love that she was not giving her back to the opposing team. We get a nice efficient BR kill off of Damir, and we're in this great kind of ebb and flow state we can be in right now. We've got a nice 2v1 situation. Audi's able to walk away with the kill. This is the teamwork I wanted to see between these two, and they're set up with height advantage over this overshield. We already have identified where one player is. We get to use the thrust. That player doesn't expect it. Those players do trade. That's Audi with the kill, and all of a sudden we see overshields once again in the hands of Sabinator, and look at that. We mantle canceled again.
Yeah, this is new terminology for me. I want to go back and break that down because I want to fully understand what you're saying. So, Dragon, please explain to me one more time what that means.
So what that player's doing here is mantle canceling. So you can sometimes cut off animations in various games, and you can see it, for instance, in this game with the hold this metal, where your player opts to throw the gun rather than go through the weapon switch animation, and it makes you able to use the other weapon faster. In this case, that player is triggering the overshield right at the time that they clamber onto an object when they mantle over something, and it is cutting the animation in favor of the clamber. So they're able to get height advantage and also cut down on the animation time for the overshield trigger.
Well, little plays like that
Learned it
definitely
here.
add up to the impressive lead that we have. It is a 4-kill lead for Sab and Audi. They need to win this game. It looks like Sab playing for rocket spawn. Eventually that is going to come up, but the enemy is in lockers. Miss Audi has pinged this person, and Sab now has a chance to make the kill. Looks like they're going to work together and get that kill. Miss Audie does go down, though, likely to a back smack, but can Sab finish this kill off? No, he's going to elect to keep his life. He's going to move down, pick up the dynamo grenades. Now, sees the enemy in bar, knows that he can put both of those grenades in there and possibly get this kill. He got plenty of hit markers, so he knows this player is very weak. Nice beat down right there. Very aggressive play out of Sab, but he has to keep those plays up if they want to take game number 4.
You know, and it looks like, if I'm not mistaken, there, Audie fell to Saitao over on the opposing side of the rocket ramp right there. Those rockets up in just under 15 seconds here. We need to hold this height advantage. We get the call out that there is a player damaged over here. We're going to walk over with the Mangler. We had the call out to not even have to shoot. We opted to keep those bullets in the gun, and an aggressive challenge from Sabinator. He hits the 2 long-distance Mangler shots and then hits the BR headshot. Once again, not even needing the drop this. So we got the rockets in hands now. Of course, we've got a grapple shot. We go for the shots on the player who is going to be on the palm. Saitao with a kill onto Audie, but it doesn't matter. Sabinator is further widening this lead here. 6 kills separating them. We already have the dynamos. We've got the grapple shot. We had talked about power weapon economy and management throughout the entirety of this tournament here. These guys are using everything. We even scouted out the overshield.
Absolutely. Miss Audie had the chance to pick it up, but did not get it off in time. She did fall. So now rockets and overshield and grapple in the hands of Sabinator. This is the worst situation if you're Fate and company, because this man knows how to use everything. But he's going to grapple across the base and has no idea that the enemy is actually there in the back base and able to get this overshield nullified. Now Sab gets his shields back, still has the rockets. He knows that he needs to stay alive and make a good play with these. He doesn't want to necessarily waste them, but I guarantee you if he needs to, he will. He will not drop them. Nice shot right there. Finally elects to just get rid of it, right? Get it out of head, out of sight, out of mind. Has a chance to pick up dynamos. Looks like maybe he had spike grenades in the back pocket, so no. Yep, there he goes. It looks like he's trying to get rid of those so he can pick up those dynamo grenades, because those are very, very powerful.
Absolutely. And you can talk about all of the things. I mean, of course, on top of us getting considerable damage given and taken from that, Sabinator able to get a kill right there. We see a nice trade there. That's Audie's POV. She was able to contribute to a kill and get a kill of her own in that engagement right there, further widening that lead. 6 kills separating these teams. But those dynamo grenades are great because, like spike grenades, you're able to fill a pretty large area of effect comparatively to what you would get with a frag grenade or a plasma grenade. Plasma, of course, adhering to something, and a frag grenade bouncing. The dynamos give you great audio feedback. In fact, you can hear that right now. You can hear it ticking, indicating that that is actually doing damage to someone or something. So they're a great way in a game or a game type without a radar to be able to get some kind of information about the opposing team.
Absolutely. We see Sab pick up the grapple. I can almost guarantee you he's going to stay in a good hidden position and then grapple that too. And sure enough, as he does, he's got a chance to pop it. He gets it off just before the Mangler can get in there and get the kill. Nice. Hold this medal for our pro player Sabinator, and he's making the aggressive play. He goes and he hits the enemy, right? But Miss Audie there to clean that up. The momentum is officially in favor of Sab and Audie. Grayson, this is back and forth.
This was particularly close, but I'm really, really pleased to see Sabinati. I believe we're definitely going to get ourselves a game 5 here. Hold this once again. We got to start counting these medals. If any of you are in the chatter enjoying a nice beverage or two, I would suggest not taking a shot every time anybody gets one of these, because that would definitely be at the detriment to you at this point. These players are awarding themselves medal after combo after combo. Once again, opting for another hold this. We see, unfortunately, it looks like Audie was going to fall in the foreground right there. I think we saw her X on the screen right there. 3 kills separating one of these teams from closing it out. I do love that we're using the green gun in Audie's hands, though. Less assist than normal, but she is far more positive than we have traditionally seen this. It looks like, again, much better synergy between these players. And I like that although they have a considerable lead, she is not necessarily counting them out. We've got the green gun. We're not willing to give anything.
I like that, definitely right there. Holding the gun down, right? It makes a lot of noise. The plasma pistol, when you have that thing fully charged, everybody on the map can hear you that is in a relative distance, and she was there being the distraction needed to get the to keep people from grabbing the rockets, right? Speaking of rockets, they are still on respawn, and it looks like these players are all fully aware, but it doesn't look like it's gonna be needed. Miss Audie and Sab are pushing in. Can they get this kill? Steaktacular. This series is tied 2-2, and ladies and gentlemen, our grand finals is gonna go to that coveted game 5 as Sabinati swing back, and it is now tied up.
You know, and all the way down to the fit, man. She's got the neon pink and the cat ears, and that man is dressed in a full G2 samurai suit. That is a good look between the two of them. I don't know if that samurai armor might be a nice little wink wink towards G2, but it is a good look for some two good players. So that was fantastic. And as you said, we're getting our game number 5. We're headed to Aquarius, which is definitely, in my opinion, I love me some recharge. It's kind of on the flip of a coin. I'm feeling Aquarius today as my favorite map, and we get to go there.
Absolutely. Looking at the stats now, 14 kills for Sap, 11 for Miss Audi, 6 and 9 for Saytal and Fate, respectively. Grayson, we are going to game 5. We have seen this series swing back and forward, but can Sab and Audi break that pattern and win game 5? Grayson, I want to know, who do you think is going to walk away with game 5 on Aquarius?
This is such a rough call because as of like 2-3 days ago, right, Monday, when we had the free-for-all tournament, Fate placed second on this map out of 512 players, was able to earn his crown, saying, I am literally, of all of the eligible people, I am not only my top 8, I'm top 4, I'm top 2, and in an online COVID kind of sphere, right, where internet can make a play, I would argue that pretty much anyone who made it into that top 8 could really be number 1. You've got a lot of factors that come into play when you're in that final group of 8 in a free-for-all. Fate was my player to watch throughout this entire tournament. On the other hand, think about how much time Sabinator has spent scrimming on this map, but it's 4s. Fate's was free-for-all, Sabinator's was 4s. This is an interesting combo because we've paired one up and paired one down.
Absolutely. I like what you're saying. Fate likely very comfortable on Aquarius. Can his teammate match that comfortability? Can Sab and Audi maintain the momentum they have going into game 5 after winning that last bizarre map in dramatic fashion? I like what we have set up right here in front of us. 2 teams that have made it through the 16-team tournament. They are here in grand finals. It's game 5. This is here. Winner take all. Everything is on the line right here. Grayson.
You want to talk about high stakes?
I'm happy to do this with you, man.
Talk about high stakes. You are a pleasure to be with, Brandon, of course. On board with Miss Audi right here. We're going to go into the blue util, just trying to stay alive, pushing up to car 3 here. I like that we're looking at the camouflage. We're looking for that player that might be over on P1. In fact, we do see that. It looks like we're going to opt to let that player go away in favor of trying to keep the comma, but we're not going to keep it. Both of those players are going to fall. Camo does not survive. It looks like Audi was able to fully trigger that. Camouflage not falling. Bottom mid, Saitao with one of our favorites, one of our mainstay weapons in the comp community, whether it's 2s, 4s, or FFA, the Schmidt Wave, as we have heard from Mr. Onset. Wonderful gun to have in the hands of your teammate.
Absolutely. The Schmidt Wave in the hands of Saytao. He's going to be hanging out utility, and those shot grenades are going to come in and do a little bit of damage. He's got half shield still. Lands 2 good shots right there on Sab, but Sab with the Texas 2-step and making Wild West Wednesday come to life as he dodges those grenades and ties us up 2-2.
What an aggressive challenge, because had that been, for instance, me, and of course I am a caster behind a desk and not a pro player, I would have been worried to take that engagement right there. What a bold challenge considering you were already down points, but look how they flipped that over. It is already double the opposing team score, and of course we're only a minute and 15 seconds in, but that looked like a great start to burn camo for Saitao and Fate, and all of a sudden, bam, it is back in the favor of Sabinati. We have the weapons, our teammate is collapsing on kills, we have a lead, and we've got a clear call out. Even if Audi falls here, Sabinator knows who and what to challenge where. This is a great way to further your lead.
Absolutely. I'm really looking at Fate to step up. Excuse me. I'm looking at Fate to step up and show that comfortability, that FFA prowess that he has on this map. And as we say that, Saytao gets a nice kill right now. Good shots right there. Looks like Miss Audi going to go down bottom mid, 6-5. Lead still in favor of Sabinati. Heat wave in hand for Saytao. He's up near top mid. This play is going to be all about this camo.
Absolutely, and I really like that Sabinator was able to get that parting shot there. We see Fate on the left-hand side of us. We see Saitao holding this angle. Fate forced out of top mid. Unfortunately, he can't push for that camouflage here. Fate pinging. You see, again, for those of you that are watching the observer mode very carefully here, your teammate, when under fire or shooting, will have a little exclamation mark above their head. The little indicator for a teammate will flare right there. We see the shots coming from bottom mid. One of the players is going to fall. Top mid, the heat wave is down. If I'm not mistaken, that should be the camouflage in the favor of Sabinati as well as the heat wave. It looks like we were pinging that, trying to indicate for our teammate to pick that up, and we have exactly that. That's Audi with camo and the heat wave in hand. Only 2 shots left in it, but 8-5. You're starting to widen this lead here. We've employed the thrust that we've seen in Halo 5. And look at this. Adi's like a shark in the water. She received a call out. She's got great damage on a player. Sabinator closing that gap. She does good damage. She needs to call out for her teammate. I'm camo. I can't afford to burn this. She even tries to shoot the shot below at Blue Util, trying to make sure she kept consistent damage on that player. She's going to close the gap here. Another player spawning in the other Util, but at least they were able to utilize the heat wave to its full potential, utilize camo, and they were able to further at least get a trade worth of kills.
Miss Audi gonna let the dynamo grenade out, gets a couple hit markers, but is down to no shields, has to stay alive, but cannot do so. Fate finally coming through. They're down by 3. Can Fate and company pull this off? This is game 5, ladies and gentlemen. This is a winner-take-all tournament. So tonight, 200 Canadian on the line right now, and you know the players are feeling the pressure at this time. 2 kill favor of Sabinati, but can Fate eliminate one of these? It looks like he's got somebody one shot right in front of him, gets the good kill, now has a chance to land good shots on the pro player, but cannot finish it out. That was a beautiful opportunity, but unable to take that and make everything of it.
I'm not entirely sure if Sabinator was coming off of spawn right there, but Adi did a great job of staying alive, and actually in that, I thought Adi was going to go down significantly faster. There was a player top mid doing damage to her, and she was trying to feather to stay alive right there. Listen to those ticks coming off that grenade, though. We hear that in the foreground right there, and then we see the assist medal coming up as well. So 13-9, if I am not mistaken here. We have just broken 1/3 of our time. We have 2/3 left on the clock right here. Not entirely sure if we're going to need it. Trading shots with that player on the opposing balcony here. We do see 2 of them in our POV, leading towards the P slide over towards the fridge here. We have camo fully in effect, but it doesn't matter because the trigger noise was so loud. We guessed where it was coming from. Audi falls, Sabinator falls as well, and all of a sudden a considerable lead is now cut down by 2 kills. Heatwave in the hand of the losing team, and camo is now burned. If there is going to be a renaissance for this team, it is going to need to be off of the momentum on this series of lives.
You're absolutely right. The opportune moment is now. Can Fate and company seal this deal and win game 5? They are down by 3 right now, but they have Heatwave in hand. We're on board with Fate. He's in utils and he's listening to his teammates' comms, and his teammate right now near shock grenades. The dynamo's now in his pocket, and so Fate's able to get a kill right there, but Seitan falls to a backsmack from Sab, and now Sab has to get away. Luckily for him, Miss Audi spawns right there next to him and able to keep this player off his back.
This is a dangerous fight right here because although they had a lot of forward momentum in the kills, now this is a 2v1 situation, and unfortunately Sabinator is able to get a very easy kill right there on a player that did not necessarily need to close that gap. That became, as you had said, a 2v1 situation right there. Audi doing the damage to allow Sabinator to recharge, and Sabinator closing that gap and able to kill that player who had the heat wave. So not only did that forfeit a kill right there, but the heat wave turned over as well. 4 kills separating this team, 6.5 minutes left on the clock. We're going to start seeing a huge pace change right here as we set up for this camouflage. Teammates and enemies throwing grenades around trying to get some sort of feedback on whether or where these players are. We see some damage on the blue fridge. Another player from the jump up comes into the court right here. Interesting to use this commando here. We've seen Fate be very, very deadly with it. And like you and I had said, he's obviously very comfortable on this map. I like the grenade bounce, trying to block a player that could be coming our jump up here. Camouflage most likely turning over in just a second here. We see Fate rotating for it. Is he going to be able to activate it? He is, and he narrowly stays alive. Can he make it out of this, Brandon?
That is the question. It looks like he is going to get his shields back, commando in hand, but his teammate has just gone down from Miss Audi. Looks like somebody's right there behind him, spotted by Miss Audi. Miss Audi definitely doing her part, and Sab coming out with the kill. I like what I'm seeing right now out of Sabinati. They have been down in this series, and they have come back. Now they have a chance to secure the momentum and secure the W for Game 5 in this series and go home as the winners of your Wild West Wednesday tournament. But they are not there yet. Can Fate and company come back in this game?
I loved so much what we saw from Audi right there, because although I don't even think Audi actually got the kill in that engagement, the awareness to try to shoot for that camo, I love that we had the heat wave also swap to the wide shot, trying to do something that would reveal the camo, occupy the biggest area with bullets to make him visible. Sabinator was able to get both of those kills in that engagement right there, or at least contribute to both. So that was a massive burn of camo right here. We see 20-13, 7 kills separating. Heat wave once again in the hands of Miss Audi. Whether or not they're winning all of these engagements, they're walking away either burning a utility or managing it, which is such a big deal considering how important this final match in our best of 5 for our grand finals is going to be.
Absolutely. Fate and Seital, I gotta say it, they seem to be playing a little stagnant compared to how they normally play, but that's out of sheer respect for the enemy on the other side. Now, Heat Wave in hands of Miss Audi. It looks like they're gonna do a little bait and switch action, but in the meantime, Sab coming with the flank, getting the
Mm.
kill. That's a double kill, 22-13, grand finals in this game. It is dangerously close to going in favor of Sabinati.
I know these two have played a lot of Halo together. I'm not sure if they've danced together or not, but they have certainly found their rhythm. This is a different Sabinati than we've seen throughout this tournament. Of course, they've won a couple different games and they've won their way to be here into grand finals, but they seem to me like they have found their beat. Sabinator with the death, Miss Audi able to at least collapse and take the damage on that. Unfortunately, the Heat Wave is going to turn over, but at this point, when you have such a considerable lead, you can afford to spend 2 lives getting a kill because, of course, this other team is going to play conservatively. So that is a big series of kills here. On the POV with Saitao, 7, 5, and 10 from him. We're going to swap over to Sabinator, who has considerable damage on that player, wins a fight only taking 1 shot. The damage on the Heat Wave, and we close it out in beautiful fashion. Sabinator with a double kill, assisted by Miss Audi. That is going to give Sabinati, the team that had to step away in the previous Wild West Wednesdays, their victory in our grand finals to close that series out 3-2.
Absolutely, Grayson. The question of Game 5 was, can Sab and Audi maintain the momentum and go through Game 5 and cruise to victory? The answer? Yes.
Yes.
Congratulations to Sabinator and Ms. Audi. You two are walking away with that $200 Canadian. That was huge. Let's look at the stats. 25-15, Sab 15-7. Miss Audi, 10-8 on the other side, 8-14 for Fate, and Seital also going negative. That's unfortunate, but listen, great game. Game 5, that was as hype as it gets. Grayson, what do these stats tell you?
You know, this is actually the scene I really wanted to see here. The shots fired and the shots hit, the damage output. This is exactly what I was expecting. Of course, Sabe. So for those of you that don't really know how damage works in Halo Infinite, if you are awarded a kill, if you pick up a kill, for instance, off of an opposing team's your teammate's damage, you are awarded all of the damage for health. So in one shot, you can encompass the same amount of damage you would get for breaking a fully shielded player, right? So your main Slayer traditionally does have more damage, even if technically they've done less to output it. I love that Audi was so close to Sabinator in terms of damage. They were off by about 1,000 threshold right there. And that was my biggest fear, was that she wasn't going to contribute to that team's momentum. She was intrinsic at the same or more, in my opinion, for Sabinator on that. She was emboldening Sabinator to close the gap, get the heat wave kills, the menace amount of damage she put in that camo challenge. That flipped it over for me. I thought that could have gone either way. When they killed camo, a switch flipped in my head and I said, she made the play. They turned the other switch off.
Yeah, I gotta say, I saw Fate and Company playing a little stagnant. I want to do my best though to pair these two together. Prize pool and sponsors. Shout out to Pepper.gg for putting up the money in this match. That's $200 Canadian. Congratulations to Sabinati winning 100 apiece. Very impressive. Shout out to Xbox Canada, right, for giving out 2 3-month Game Pass Ultimate prizes for this. One to Sab, one to Audi. Also, 2 4-packs of Red Bull. Everybody loves Red Bull. I've had a couple myself during this tournament, and yes, it is so good. And then last but not least, right, Acquire and Calgary Halo giving out 2 t-shirts. Also, special shout out to our last sponsor, Shaw Communications. You guys are all amazing for helping Spencer, Mr. Fragout, the guy behind this tournament, and Calgary Halo. Thank you for helping them put this together. Grayson, excuse me. Any final thoughts?
No, it was such a pleasure to get to operate with this brilliant series of brands. I mean, these talented players. We got to see a group of AMs almost dethrone a pro. We got it all the way to a game 5, coming off the backs of such a huge showing in the free for all. I mean, there is so much to unpack from this tournament. I have nothing but good things to say, and it was a pleasure to be with you. And I have nothing but thanks to our sponsors and Calgary Halo for having me.
Absolutely. Thank you for having us. Guys, if you're new to this channel, hit the follow button. As you can see, this is a fairly new channel. We need all the support we can get. If you enjoyed the show, if you like what you see, and if you love these sponsors and you want to see more of these tournaments, hit that follow button. Come back next time. This was week number 2 of this 6-week installment. So we'll be back next Wednesday for Calgary Halo's Wild West Wednesday. Ladies and gentlemen, that's it. Congratulations, Sabinati, on your victory.